Chapter 41. The Great Hall had never felt so small. Josephine felt it as she crossed the threshold with Crispin at her shoulder, the weight of 40 faces turning toward her at once. Retainers in traveling wool. Household officers in formal collars. Lady Alara Droft seated near the front with her fixed smile, watching like a woman who had already counted the exits. Vale stood at the long table where the oath ledger lay closed between two candles. His gray temples caught the light, soft hands resting on the leather cover. Lady Nimre. She had never heard herself announced that way in this room. The name landed like a stone in still water. Crown Examiner. He did not correct her. He did not invite her to sit. The Codex sat beside the ledger, unopened, bound in dark leather with no title on the spine. I have received instructions from the Succession Office, Vale said, his voice carried without effort. The Crown is aware that Thornveil's inheritance record has been altered within the past month. They are also aware that a blood claimant has appeared after 18 years of legal silence. He paused. The hall held its breath. They have elected not to wait for my preliminary findings. He lifted a sealed parchment from the table. The wax bore the crown insignia, a tower and branch device that made several of the older retainers shift in their seats. A full crown inquiry has been ordered. Not a verification, not a review, a formal inspection of Thornveil Succession, its ledgers, its land holdings, its military capacity, and every document pertaining to the Drennock bloodline for the past 3 generations. He set the parchment down. The inquiry team arrives in 10 days. The silence that followed was not breathless. It was stunned. Josephine counted the beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the hall erupted. The steward spoke first, his voice rising over the murmur. 10 days is impossible. The grain accounts alone will take. The Crown does not care what is impossible, Vale said. They care what is true. Benwick stepped forward from the side wall. He had been standing in shadow, watching, and Josephine had not seen him until he moved. And what is the inquiry's mandate? He asked. Full access? Sealed testimony? The right to question household officers under oath without a witness present? Vale turned to face him. All of the above. Then we are being tried before we have been charged. You are being examined before a claim can destabilize a border holding. The Crown has a stake in Thornveil's stability. They are not interested in scandal. They are interested in knowing who rules here and whether that rule is lawful. The murmur rose again. Josephine heard Tamsin's voice somewhere behind her, low and sharp, cutting through the noise. Then Sabine's, quieter, speaking to someone Josephine could not see. Crispin had not moved. He stood at her shoulder, his hand not touching her but close enough that she felt the heat of his arm. When he spoke, his voice carried the same weight it had in the study. Where will the inquiry be seated? Vale met his gaze. Here, in Thornveil. The team will require dedicated rooms for document review, a secure chamber for sworn testimony, and access to every corridor, archive, and officer in the household. And the Codex? Vale's hand rested on the dark leather. The Codex will be opened when the inquiry arrives. It is part of the evidence they have been sent to examine. I am not authorized to unseal it without the full panel present. Josephine felt the floor shift beneath her. The Codex was a prop. Sabine had said so. But a prop that the Crown had already scheduled into its investigation was not a prop anymore. It was a weapon that had been aimed before anyone knew the target. Then we have 10 days, Crispin said. 10 days to prepare or 10 days to bury? Benwick asked. 10 days to prove no Thornveil can survive being looked at. Crispin turned to face the room. His gaze moved over the retainers, the household officers, Lady Alara's fixed smile, and the clerks who had begun taking notes. Everyone who holds authority in this house will assemble in the strategy room in 1 hour. The steward, the senior clerk, the captain of the guard, the household council, Lady Sabine. He paused, and Lady Nimre. Sabine's head came up. "My lord," she said, her voice careful, neutral. "Lady Nimre has no formal role in the household administration. Her presence in a strategy session regarding the Crown inquiry could be interpreted as..." "As what?" Crispin asked. Sabine's jaw tightened. "As acknowledgement that she holds standing beyond the protected claim. The Crown will note it." "Let them note it. She has no seat on the council." "She has a name in the oath ledger." The room went still again. Crispin did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "Lady Nimre will be present because she is the reason the inquiry exists. If we are to prepare a defense that satisfies the Crown, she must hear every argument, every number, and every weakness before the panel arrives. I will not have her learning the shape of our defense from a second-hand account." Sabine said nothing, but Josephine saw the shift in her face, the moment when the older woman understood that the door she had kept closed for 18 years was not locked anymore. Crispin turned to Josephine. 1 hour. She nodded. He walked toward the study corridor without waiting for a response. The retainers parted to let him pass. The hall began to dissolve into movement, clerks gathering papers, household officers conferring in low voices, Lady Alara rising from her seat with the careful grace of someone who had just watched a play she had not expected to enjoy. Benwick crossed to Josephine before she could follow Crispin. "You realize what just happened," he said. "He ordered me into the strategy room. He declared you a member of the household council in front of every retainer and officer in Thornveil. The Crown will hear about it before sundown. Then we have 10 days to make that declaration look like strategy instead of surrender." Benwick studied her. The charm was absent. In its place was something closer to assessment, the same look he had given her in the grain review. "You are learning," he said. "I had good teachers." She left him standing in the hall and walked toward the strategy room, feeling Sabine's gaze on her back the whole way, watch as being up to the rest desk. Chapter 42. The strategy room smelled of old paper, wax, and the particular cold that settled into rooms no one lived in. A long oak table dominated the space, scarred with ink rings and knife marks from decades of men writing border disputes and signing supply orders. Candles burned at intervals, throwing shadows that made the faces around the table look carved rather than living. Crispin sat at the head. Benwick took the seat to his right, loose-limbed, already pouring wine he did not drink. Sabine stood at the window with her arms crossed, refusing the chair Isel pulled out for her. Brother Oren had settled at the far end with a blank ledger open, his pen uncapped, waiting. Isel positioned himself near the door, arms folded, watching the corridor through the crack in the frame. Josephine took the empty seat across from Benwick. The wood was cold through her skirts. No one spoke. Crispin set both palms flat on the table. The gesture was deliberate, a man anchoring himself before he said something he could not take back. "The Crown inquiry arrives in 10 days. They will examine every document, every oath, every transfer of authority in this house for 3 generations. They will interview every officer who held a key or signed a ledger, and they will open the Codex." "Which we still do not know the contents of," Brother Oren said. "We know it was planted." "We know Sabine believes it was planted," Benwick corrected. "That is not the same thing." Sabine turned from the window. Her face was impossible to read, but her voice carried the flat precision of a woman who had stopped caring how she sounded. "I found the cabinet. I saw the disturbed panel. The Codex was not there when the wing was sealed after the Margrave's death. You had the access to place it yourself. I had the access to destroy it. I did not. Benwick inclined his head, conceding nothing. Josephine watched the exchange the way she had watched actuarial tables resolve into patterns, looking for the point where the numbers stopped adding up. Sabine was telling the truth about not planting the Codex. Josephine was certain of that. But Sabine had spent 18 years keeping Nimre hidden. She would say whatever she needed to say to keep the lie intact. If the Codex contains proof that Nimre's erasure was ordered by the late Margrave himself, Crispin said slowly, then the Crown has no grounds to challenge the protected claim. The protective substitution was lawful. The erasure was lawful. The restoration is lawful. And if it contains proof that the erasure was Sabine's independent act without the Margrave's knowledge? Benwick asked. Silence. Sabine's hand moved to her wrist, covering the thin burn scar she usually kept hidden. She did not answer. Then it becomes a question of who knew and when, Brother Oren said. If the Codex names Sabine as the sole architect, the Crown will pursue her for suppression of a blood claim. The protected instrument shields Nimre, but it does not shield the person who erased her. They cannot pursue her without the Margrave's testimony, Crispin said. They can pursue her with the Codex alone if the Codex includes her seal. Sabine's list, which means it is a list of people she wanted you to look at. You think she is protecting someone? I think she has spent 18 years controlling the narrative of Nimre's existence. I think she would spend 18 more to control the narrative of its exposure. Sabine's voice came from the window, low and unexpectedly tired. If I wanted to protect myself, I would have burned the old family ring to the ground before anyone could search it. I did not. Because burning it would have been a confession. It would have been survival. The room went still again. Josephine looked at Sabine, really licked, and saw what she had not let herself see before. The iron-gray hair that had been pinned tight for years was coming loose at the temples. The hands that had never trembled in Josephine's memory were clasped together like she was holding herself in place. Sabine was afraid, not of the Crown, not of exposure, of being wrong about what she had done. I want to see the Codex, Josephine said. You cannot, Crispin said. I want to see the cabinet where it was found. I want to see the panel that was disturbed. I want to know whether the lock was forced, or picked, or opened with a key that belonged to someone who should not have had it. Brother Oren set down his pen. I examined the cabinet before Venel's people sealed it. The lock showed no signs of forcing. The panel had been recently shifted, but the hinges were oiled. Whoever placed the Codex had time, access, and knowledge of the cabinet's mechanism. Which of the 5 has that knowledge? The steward, the senior clerk, Sabine, and Willett. And Willett serves me, Crispin said. The silence that followed was different. It was not the stillness of tension. It was the stillness of a door opening onto something no one wanted to see. Has Willett been questioned? Josephine asked. No. Will you question him? Crispin looked at her. The shadows beneath his eyes seemed deeper in the candlelight, the scar through his brow catching the flame. If I question him, everyone in this house will know he is suspected. And if he is innocent, I will have destroyed the loyalty of a man who has served Thornveil since my father's time for no reason. And if he is guilty? Crispin said nothing. Josephine understood what he was not saying, what he could not say in front of Benwick and Sabine and Brother Oren. He could not accuse Willett without proof, because Willett was his man, his servant, his shadow. If Willett was the conspirator and then the conspiracy had been rotting inside Crispin's own rooms for years. Then we find proof, Josephine said. before the Codex is opened, before the inquiry arrives. She stood. 4 people. 10 days. We each take a thread and pull. Benwick studied her. That is almost a plan. It is the best we have. He lifted his wine glass in something between a toast and a warning. Then let us hope the threads do not lead back to us. Chapter 43. The strategy room emptied in degrees. Benwick first, his wine glass still in hand. Brother Orin next, ledger tucked under his arm. Sabine last, her loose hair catching the draft before she pulled the door closed behind her. Josephine stayed at the table. Crispin stood at the head, hands braced against the wood, head bowed. The candlelight carved shadows under his cheekbones. 4 threads, he said. 10 days. One of them will break. And if the thread belongs to Willett? She had no answer that would not hurt him. He crossed the room and stopped in front of her, not touching, close enough that she could smell wool and ink and the faint trace of rain on his collar. If it is Willett, he said, I need to know before the inquiry arrives, not after. I know. I will not like what we find. Neither will I. He held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once and left. The study door clicked shut. Josephine sat alone in the candlelight and let herself breathe. Tamsin found her at dawn in the still room, not the small preparation table where Josephine had sorted herbs in her first weeks at Thornveil. A different space, a different woman. You cannot walk the house in that, Tamsin said. Josephine looked down at her gown, the same gray wool she had worn since she woke in Nimre's body, the same apron, the same practical sleeves that rolled up for scrubbing. It is what I have. Exactly, Tamsin set a bundle on the table. Lady Sabine's old sewing woman owes me a favor. I told her you needed something that did not announce you. The cloth was gray, but a different gray. Softer, cut differently. The skirt fell straight instead of gathered for work. The sleeves tailored close to the wrist, no need to roll them. Josephine touched the fabric. This is not servant cloth. It is not ladies' cloth either. Tamsin's voice was flat, practical, the same voice she used to inventory linens. It is the gray that household administrators wear, senior clerks, estate secretaries, people who belong in offices, not kitchens. People who are neither servant nor noble. People who are useful enough that no one asks which side of the table they eat on. Josephine lifted the gown from the bundle. It was heavier than it looked, better made. It smelled of lavender and cedar, the scent of a press where clothes were stored for people who mattered. Why are you doing this? Tamsin's mouth tightened. Because you cannot keep walking through Thornveil wearing a maid's apron while the household council debates your blood. You will be torn apart by the space between what you are and what you appear to be. The gown fixes that. The gown lets you choose which door you enter. Tamsin turned toward the door, then stopped. I taught Nimre to fold linen. She had small hands, quick. She learned patterns faster than any girl I trained. That memory does not change because the council wrote her name in a ledger. Josephine's throat tightened. Tamsin, do not thank me. Put it on. You have 10 days to find a conspirator, and you cannot do it from a still-room stool. The gray changed everything. Josephine noticed it the moment she stepped into the corridor. Servants still deferred, some with the same practiced avoidance they had shown when she was Nimre the maid, but others glanced at her differently. A longer look, a slight hesitation, like they were recalculating her position in the household's invisible hierarchy. She reached the lower administrative corridor without being stopped, questioned, or diverted. The clerk's office was empty when she entered. She spread the list of 4 names across the desk and sat down in the chair that faced the window. The steward, the senior clerk, Sabine, Willett, 4 threads. She started with the steward's schedule, tracing where he had been each day of the week before Vale arrived. It was slow work, methodical, the kind of inventory her old actuarial mind could perform without effort. An hour passed, then 2. The door opened. A junior maid entered with a tea tray, young, round-faced, her apron still stodged stiff from the laundry. She stopped when she saw Josephine. "Oh, I am sorry. I did not know anyone was—" "It is fine." Josephine nodded at the tray. "Leave it." The maid set it down, but she did not leave. She stood twisting her fingers, looking at Josephine with an expression that took a moment to parse. Recognition. Not of rank, of something older. "You cannot walk the house in that," Tamsin said. "The one who was Nimre?" Josephine's hand stilled on the steward's schedule. "I was. I remember you." The girl's voice dropped. "You spilled milk on the senior clerk's ledgers once, 2 winters ago." He shouted so loud the whole corridor heard. "I helped you clean it up." Josephine searched her memory. Nothing. Nimre's past was full of moments her own mind had never lived. "I remember," she said carefully. The maid leaned closer. "There are people asking about you. About Nimre, not the lady you are now. They are paying." The room went cold. "Who?" "I do not know their name. A woman in a brown cloak came to the village market 3 days ago. She was asking servants about what Nimre was like as a child, what she remembered, what she said about the household. 3 days ago, before the Codex was found." "Yes, miss." Josephine set down the schedule. Her hands were steady, her voice was not. "How many people has she spoken to?" "I do not know, but my cousin works in the kitchen, and she heard the woman had spoken to 4 servants before the market closed. Maybe more." "And the woman said nothing about why?" "No, miss." The maid hesitated. "But she paid in silver. Good silver. Enough that people started competing to remember things they had not thought about in years." Josephine looked down at the list of 4 names. She had assumed the threat was inside Thornveil. Someone was buying memories of Nimre from outside the walls. That meant the conspiracy was not contained. It had roots that stretched past the old family wing, past the locked cabinet, past the planted codex. Someone had been preparing for this long before Josephine wrote her name in the oath ledger. "How do I find this woman?" The maid's face went pale. "I do not know, miss. She was only in the market that one day. No one has seen her since." "Then find someone who remembers what she looked like. Every detail. The color of her cloak, the weight of her voice, whether she wore rings or walked with a limp. Bring it to me before sundown." The maid bobbed a curtsy and fled. Josephine sat alone in the clerk's office, with the list in front of her and the cold certainty that she had been wrong about the shape of the trap. The conspirator was not one person. It was a network. And they had started collecting Nimre before Josephine even knew she needed to defend her. Chapter 44. The gray gown moved differently than servant cloth. Stiffer at the shoulders, softer at the wrists. The fabric cut to sit still when she stood. Crispin noticed before she reached his study door. His gaze tracked the hem, the collar, the way she no longer had to adjust her sleeves before entering a room. "Tamsin," he said. "And sentry." "Tamsin." He did not comment further. He stepped aside and let her through. The study was warmer than the corridor, the fire built high against the damp that clung to every stone room. Papers covered the desk in ordered stacks, each weighted with a river stone. Crispin had been working through the household ledgers since dawn, and the circles beneath his eyes had deepened. 4 hours, he said. "The clerk brought the winter toll assessments an hour ago. I need someone who reads numbers faster than I do." Josephine sat before he could offer the chair. The gesture felt natural, like she had always sat here. Like the gray gown was the only permission she had ever needed. "Show me." They worked through the first hour in silence, broken only by the scratch of pens and the occasional rustle of pages. Crispin passed her a sheet listing river tariffs from the northern crossings, and she read them once, twice, then set them aside. "These are wrong." He looked up. "Which ones?" "The third quarter figures for the eastern crossings. They dropped by a third compared to last winter, but the weather records show no freeze that would have stopped the boats. Either the tariff collector is incompetent, or someone is recording false numbers." Crispin pulled the sheet toward him and read the commas he had marked. His thumb traced the line twice. "Say it is false numbers. What would that mean?" Josephine reached for the grain ledger they had used during the supply review. The memory of that night felt distant now. A different room. A different version of herself making calculations she had not understood the full shape of. "Someone is siphoning. If the river tariffs are underreported, the difference goes somewhere, either to a private purse or to pay for something that does not appear in any record." She opened the grain ledger to the page she remembered. The missing 100 bushels Isahel had flagged, the forged signature, the coin that disappeared without a paper trail. "These are connected," she said. The grain was converted to cash. The cash had to move without detection. River tariffs are the easiest route to long to move in because no one checks them against weather patterns unless they are looking for lies. Crispin sat back. The firelight caught the scar through his eyebrow, shadowed the hollows beneath his cheekbones. "That is the second time you have found a pattern I missed in these numbers." "It is what I do." "I know." He said it quietly, not as a question. "Find the next one." The second hour passed differently. The silence felt shared rather than separate, their breathing falling into the same rhythm. Josephine handed him corrected totals without looking up. He passed her troop provisioning figures with a tap of his finger on the lines that seemed off. She checked them. 3 were correct, 2 were not. "I need the crown response package," Josephine said. "The one Vale mentioned. The inquiry will want to see a complete picture of Thornveil's financial position for the last 3 years. If the numbers are not clean, they will use them against you." Crispin opened a locked drawer in his desk and pulled out a letter folder tied with yellow cord. The crown seal pressed into the wax was the same tower and branch symbol from the inquiry parchment. "I was going to draft it alone tonight." "Good, we can do together." The words left her mouth before she registered them. She did not look up. Neither did he. But the ease of it, the assumption that he would let her see the crown correspondence, that he would let her touch the documents that would determine whether Thornveil survived the inquiry intact, that ease sat in her chest like a bruise she did not want to stop pressing. The third hour blurred. Josephine found the river tariff pattern at 4 hours and 17 minutes. She had been cross-referencing the eastern crossings against the northern supply routes, trying to trace the missing coin from the grain scam. The numbers would not line up. The grain had been sold for too little, the coin too distributed to track easily. But the tariffs listed a payment schedule that matched nothing. Here, she tapped the page. The Eastern Crossing tariffs are underreported by exactly the amount needed to move 10 bushels worth of coin per month. That is not a rounding error. That is a construction. Crispin leaned over her shoulder. His hand rested on the back of her chair, not quite touching her shoulder. 10 bushels worth of coin every month. For how long? Josephine checked the dates. Her stomach turned cold. 2 years. Starting 9 months before the old margrave died. The region named on the tariff record was the same stretch of river where Josephine had drowned. The same flooded underpass, the same freezing water, the same terrain she had memorized from Nimre's childhood and from her own last conscious seconds. She stared at the name until her vision blurred. Josephine. Crispin's voice pulled her back. She realized her hands had stopped moving. The pen was still pressed to the paper, a dark blot spreading where the nib had stalled. I know this region, she said. From where? She could not tell him, not the truth, not here. From the ledgers, she said instead. I remember the geography. It matches. It was not a lie. It was not the whole truth either. Crispin studied her face for a moment, then returned to the numbers. Keep going. She turned the page and found the total. The corrected figure sat at the bottom of the cost sheet, written in the clerk's neat hand. 8 years of steady payments, each small enough to escape notice. 233 silver marks, moved through River tariffs, redirected to a holding account registered in Harrowmere, under a name she did not recognize, but Crispin did. His hand stopped moving. His breath went still. Who is that? Josephine asked. Crispin set down his pen. When he looked up, his face was the same one he wore before a battle. Flat, dangerous, emptied of everything except the next move. That is the name of a man who died 20 years ago. A second cousin. The last surviving member of a collateral line that was supposed to have ended with no heirs. Josephine's mind raced. A collateral line, a dormant claimant. Yes. Someone that's been paying this dormant line for 8 years. Crispin closed the ledger. The sound was final, like a door locking. Not someone. The same person who has been building a false narrative against Sabine. The same person who planted the Codex. The same person who has been buying memories of Nimre in the village market. He reached for a fresh sheet of paper. Whoever it is, they have been planning this for 8 years, and they have just made a mistake. What mistake? He held up the corrected total. They paid a dead man. Josephine stared at the name on the page, the dormant claimant, the money trail, the river that matched the region where she died. She had thought the conspirator was one person. She had been wrong again. Find the payee, Crispin said. Find who has been drawing those funds and we find the network. Josephine looked down at the name. She had never met this man. His face was absent from memory, but the region where his money had traveled was the same stretch of river that had killed her. And that meant someone in this network knew more than she did. Someone knew who she had been before she woke in Nimre's body. Chapter 45. The carriage arrived at the second hour, a polished black conveyance with a crest Josephine did not recognize. She watched from the upper corridor window as 4 women descended in coordinated silk, their skirts lifted clear of the gravel, their smiles already fixed in place before they reached the door. Lady Alara Droke received them in the great hall with the practiced warmth of someone who had been expecting spies and chose to feed them cake instead. Marvine found Josephine in the still room 15 minutes later, her hair half-pinned and her hands shaking. I need you, she said. They will ask about the succession, about the oath ledger, about you. Josephine set down the tea strainer. What did you tell them I am? I told the truth, that you are the administrator handling the household accounts while the inquiries is repaired. That works. It will not hold. No, Josephine agreed, but it holds long enough for us to learn what they came to learn. She reached for the extra pins in her pocket and began securing Marvine's loose curls with quick, efficient motions. The gray gown made her hands look darker against Marvine's pale hair, a contrast that would draw eyes and questions. She tucked the last pin and stepped back. You have visible servants, not invisible ones. If they ask about Nimre, do not lie. Tell them you do not know me well enough to answer for me. Marvine's laugh came thin but genuine. That is not a lie. Good. Keep your answers close to truth and your questions closer to their faces. Women who come calling in coordinated silk on a Tuesday morning did not coordinate the hat color by accident. They are here on someone's orders. Marvine straightened her shoulders. Whose? We find out by listening, not asking. They walked the corridor together, Marvine in a pale blue gown that made her look taller, Josephine in gray that made her look like furniture with permission to speak. The drawing room door stood open. Inside, the four women had arranged themselves around the fire in a loose semicircle, cups balanced, smiles waiting. The oldest of them wore deep green silk and silver at her throat. Her eyes landed on Josephine first, swept down the gray gown, and returned to Marvine's face without acknowledgement. You have new staff, she said. Thornveil is expanding then. Consolidating, Marvine answered. The inquiry requires certain administrative efficiencies. The woman's smile did not waver. I am sure it does. Josephine took a position near the sideboard, close enough to pour, but far enough to observe. The other three women followed the lead of the green silk lady, their questions circling the same point from different angles. Had the household settled? Was the succession truly contested? What did the crown's interest mean for the border holdings? Marvine answered each with bland courtesy. The academy training showed in her posture, open and warm, giving nothing. Then the youngest of the four, a woman in rose pink with a face too pleasant to be trusted, set down her cup and tilted her head. The maid, she said. The one who wrote her name in the oath ledger. I heard she still wears servant cloth. The room went still. Marvine's hands stayed folded in her lap. She wears what suits her work. Work. The woman savored the word. How practical. And does she still answer to the senior housekeeper, or has her role changed entirely? Josephine felt the trap yawn open beneath the question. The woman wanted a category. Servant or lady, obedient or claimant, victim or schemer. Once Marvine placed Nimre in any single box, the narrative would lock around it. Marvine did not answer directly. She picked up her tea and took a slow, deliberate sip. Nimre Drennock handles the household ledgers for the margrave, she said. Her role is what Thornveil needs it to be. I find that flexibility useful. The woman in rose pink opened her mouth to press further, but the green silk lady raised a hand. Enough, Sally. We are guests, not examiners. Salin closed her mouth. Her smile returned, thinner now. Josephine crossed to the sideboard and refilled the teapot with water that had just begun to steam. The motion gave her time to think. 4 women, crested carriage, coordinated questions. They were not neighbors on a social call. Someone had sent them to measure the wound and report how deep it ran. The conversation shifted to the weather, the roads, the condition of the northern pastures. Marvine let it flow around her, giving nothing. But as Josephine moved to clear the empty cups, the woman in green silk caught her wrist. Not hard, a touch light enough to deny if challenged. You are the one, she said. The administrator whose face does not match the registry? Josephine met her eyes. I am the one who keeps the ledgers, my lady. I am not your lady. The woman released her wrist. But I know who you are, and I know who you were before you wrote that name. The room had gone quiet again. Marvine's teacup stopped halfway to her mouth. Josephine kept her breathing even. Then you know more than I do, my lady. I find that most people who claim to know who I was have never exchanged a word with me. The woman's smile sharpened with recognition, not anger. Clever. That will serve you poorly when the inquiry arrives. Then I will learn to be stupid. Someone behind the woman laughed, a startled sound quickly smothered. The green silk lady held Josephine's gaze a moment longer, then turned back to Marvine. Your administrator has teeth. I hope Thornveil knows how to keep her leashed. Marvine set down her cup with a click. We do not leash our people here, Lady Harrow. We trust them. The name landed like a stone in still water. Lady Harrow, the Harrowmeyer family. Josephine's mind raced. Harrowmeyer was the region named on the tariff record, the holding where the dead cousin's account had been opened, the river where she drowned. The woman in green silk was from that house. She collected her gloves with the unhurried grace of someone who had already learned everything she came for. We must be going, she said. The roads are treacherous this time of year. Thank you for the tea, Lady Drote. Give the margrave my regards. She did not look at Josephine again. The carriage departed at the third hour, its polished black wheels cutting through the rain that had begun to fall. Marvine stood at the window, her reflection pale against the glass. Lady Harrow, she said, that is the same Harrowmeyer as the tariff account. Yes, she knew you, she recognized you on sight. Josephine pressed her palm flat against the stone sill, the cold bit through her skin. She knew Nimre, she said, not me. Nimre before the erasure, before she became a servant. Marvine turned. How is that possible? I do not know, but she came here today to see me, to confirm I was real. And to warn you, or to threaten. I cannot tell yet. Marvine crossed the room and took both of Josephine's hands. Her grip was warm and fierce, the grip of someone who had decided, against all tactical sense, to care. What do you need? Josephine looked past her, through the rain-streaked window, to the road where the carriage had disappeared. I need to know who in Harrowmeyer remembers Nimre's face, and I need to know it before the Crown inquiry arrives. She pulled her hands free gently. Because Lady Harrow did not come here to measure scandal, she came to see whether I remembered her. Chapter 46. The still room had gone cold by the time Marvine left. Josephine stayed at the window, watching the rain sheet across the courtyard, her palms pressed flat against the stone sill. Lady Harrow, Harrowmeyer, the river where she drowned. She turned and found Brother Orin in the doorway, his robes dark with damp, a leather satchel clutched against his chest. You should not be wandering corridors alone, he said. Not tonight. I was not aware I had a choice. He stepped inside and closed the door. The latch clicked with soft finality. I've been looking for you since the carriage departed. There is something you need to see. He set the satchel on the still-room table and drew out a bound ledger, smaller than the oath register. Its cover worn smooth at the corners. The spine bore no title. What is that? A supplemental oath register, kept separately from the main record, in case the primary was ever compromised or confiscated. He opened it to a marked page. It was stored in the chapel vault, behind the reliquary. I did not know it existed until I found it this afternoon. Josephine crossed to the table. The ink was faded, the hand formal and slightly cramped, each entry dated and signed. She read the heading, Protective Substitutions, Succession Contingency. What does that mean? It means, Brother Orin said, his voice carefully neutral, that someone recorded the legal mechanics of how a hidden heir could be installed and protected without triggering public succession war. The entries in this register were meant to be paired with the primary oath ledger, a cross-reference system. He turned several pages, his fingers trembling slightly. There should be an entry here, a notation proving who authorized Nimre's erasure and why. The margrave's seal, the witnesses' signatures, the entire legal foundation for what Lady Sabine did. Josephine looked at the page he indicated. The lower half had been cut from the binding, a clean, precise cut, as if someone had used a blade against the spine. The remaining paper was yellowed at the edges, where the ink had bled through from the missing section. She touched the cut edge. When was this done? Recently. Brother Oren set down the ledger. The tool marks are fresh. The paper beneath the cut is still pale. Whoever removed that page did so within the past few days. Before Vale arrived? Or after? The vault was sealed after the old margrave's funeral. Only 2 keys exist. Mine and the steward's. Neither was missing when I checked this morning. Josephine lifted the ledger and examined the binding. The thread at the spine had been cut, not torn. Whoever took the page had known precisely where to cut, which meant they knew the register existed, knew where it was stored, and knew which page would damn them. Show me the other entries. Brother Oren turned to the front of the register. Each entry recorded a protective substitution, a child hidden, a name changed, a line of succession altered to prevent bloodshed during political upheaval. Some entries were decades old, the ink brown and crusted. Others were more recent. She stopped at an entry dated 14 years ago. The name at the bottom made in breath catch. Nimre, daughter of Thomas Drennock and Mara Giral, placed under protective anonymity by order of Lady Sabine Quist, with the knowledge and consent of the household council. Below it, 3 signatures: Sabine's, the steward's, and a third she did not recognize. Who signed third? Brother Oren leaned closer. The hand is familiar, but I cannot place it. The ink is the same as the margrave's household seal, but the signature is not his. Josephine traced the line with her fingertip. This proves Sabine did not act alone. She had council authorization. It would have, he said quietly, if the corresponding page had not been removed. She closed the register. Who else knows this exists? No one. I found it while searching for documentation on the oath ledger's supplemental clauses. The vault door was unlocked, which it should not have been. Someone has been in the vault. Yes. He met her eyes, and they removed the only page that could clear Sabine of same responsibility. Josephine stood very still. The room seemed to contract around her, the candlelight throwing long shadows across the stone floor. If that page is gone, she said slowly, then Sabine will be the only name on the record. She becomes the sole architect of the erasure. The conspirator does not have to plant evidence. They only have to remove it. That is correct. She looked at the cut edge again. The blade had been steady, the stroke practiced. Whoever made that cut had done it without hesitation. Can you identify the missing page by the surrounding entries? Brother Oren nodded. The entries before and after reference the same authorization. If I reconstruct the missing text from context and cross-reference with the main oath register, I may be able to produce a legal summary, but it will not have the same weight as the original. Then we find the page before the inquiry arrives. Over Vale arrived. Or after. The vault was sealed after the old margrave's funeral. Only 2 keys exist. Mine and the steward's. Neither was missing when I checked this morning. Josephine lifted the ledger and examined the binding. The thread at the spine had been cut, not torn. Whoever took the page had known precisely where to cut, which meant they knew the register existed, knew where it was stored, and knew which page would damn them. Show me the other entries. Brother Oren turned to the front of the register. The tool marks are fresh. The paper beneath the cut is still pale. Whoever removed that page did so within the past few days. Before Vale arrived. Morin nodded. The entries before and after reference the same authorization. If I reconstruct the missing text from context and cross-reference with the main oath register, I may be able to produce a legal summary, but it will not have the same weight as the original. Then we find the page before the inquiry arrives. Brother Oren paused at the door. Be careful, Lady Nimre. The person who cut that page is not afraid of ledgers or seals. They are afraid of what you will find when you start asking the right questions." He left. Josephine stood alone in the still room, the rain hammering against the window, the candle guttering in the draught. She touched the place on the table where the register had lain, feeling the shape of the missing page like a wound that had not healed. Someone inside Thornveil had cut the authorization out of existence, and that meant someone inside Thornveil had the original page, knew exactly what it proved, and was watching to see how long it took her to realize the truth. She looked toward the east tower. The door with the second key was waiting. Chapter 47. The east tower door stayed in her mind as she climbed the main stair, the image of the cut page still bleeding at the edges of her thoughts. She reached the second landing before she noticed the guard stationed at the corridor junction. A man she did not recognize, standing with his weight shifted to one foot and his eyes tracking her approach. He did not look away when she met his gaze. Josephine slowed. The gray gown let her move through Thornveil without explanation, but it did not make her invisible. She had been visible since the moment she wrote her name in the oath ledger, and she had not yet learned to carry the weight of that attention. She turned down the service corridor instead, taking the narrow stairs that fed into the lower administrative hall, and nearly collided with Ishal Madhu, emerging from the steward's office. He caught her by the elbow before she could stumble, steadied her, and released her with the same motion. "You are moving through Thornveil like someone who has never been followed," he said. "I was not aware I was being followed." "That is the problem." He stood in the narrow corridor with his arms at his sides, broad-shouldered and still, the short sword at his belt catching the light from the single wall sconce. His face gave nothing away, but his voice carried the flat patience of a man who had been waiting for this conversation. "The margrave put you in the council," Isfain said. "That means you are a target. Political protection does not stop a blade. It only makes sure your death is investigated." Josephine folded her arms. "I am aware." "You are not." He stepped past her and gestured for her to follow. "Come, I will show you 5 routes out of this building that the household council does not know exist, and then I will show you how to tell when someone is using them." She followed because he was right, and because the alternative was to stand in the corridor waiting for the east tower door to open itself. Isfel moved through Thornveil like a man reading a map he had drawn himself. He showed her the service passage behind the great hall that fed into the kitchen stores, the loose stone in the lower chapel wall that opened into a drainage crawl, the iron ring in the floor of the old wine cellar that led to a dry channel running under the eastern guard post. "The conspirator knows these routes," he said, crouching beside the iron ring. "If you use them, assume you are not the only one." "Then why show me?" "Because knowing the ground means you can predict where they will move." He stood, brushing dust from his hands. "The note under the altar stone, the black thread on your door, the oil on the stair. All of it came from someone who knows the house better than the household council does. If you want to find them, you have to think like them." Josephine studied his face. "You have been thinking like them for a long time." He did not deny it. "The rider who died in the old family wing," she said. "You told me you would speak after the Codex was read. But the Codex is sealed until the inquiry arrives, and I do not have 10 days to wait." Isfel met her eyes. "The rider was killed because he recognized the person who certified the false grain order. He saw their face and knew they should not have been there." "Who?" "I do not know the name, but I know where the body was found." He paused. "The old family wing has a room that does not appear on any floor plan. The rider was killed there, the body was moved after, but the blood was not cleaned from the floor." Josephine felt the cold settle in her chest. "Show me." "Not yet." He straightened, his hand moving to his sword hilt as a sound carried from the corridor above. footsteps, unhurried, moving toward the wine cellar stairs. Isfel signaled silence with a single flat gesture. Josephine pressed herself against the stone wall, her breath held, her pulse loud in her ears. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. A pause. Then a voice, low and unfamiliar. "The east tower door is unlocked. She will find it before morning if someone does not redirect her." A second voice, thinner, older. "We were told she would not investigate the tower until after the inquiry." "We were told wrong." Silence. Then the first voice again, harder now. "The girl in the gray gown is a complication. Instructions have changed. She is to be removed before she reaches the 3rd floor of the east wing." Josephine did not move. Isfel did not move. The footsteps retreated, fading into the corridor above, and the silence stretched until the only sound was the drip of water from the cellar walls. Isfel turned to her. His face had not changed, but something in his posture had tightened, the readiness of a man who had just confirmed what he suspected. "You recognize the second voice," Josephine said. "The steward's clerk," Isfel said. "He has been at Thornveil for 12 years. He does not take orders from anyone outside the household." "Then who gave him the instruction to redirect me?" Isfel looked at the iron ring in the floor, then back at her. "Someone who does not want you to reach the east tower door." The words hung in the cold air between them. Josephine thought of the second key, the cut page, the woman in the brown cloak buying memories in the village market. The shape of the conspiracy was no longer a distant threat moving at the edges of her vision. It was in the corridors, in the voices of trusted servants, in the instructions passed down from a hand she could not see. She looked at the iron ring. "Show me the room where the rider died." Isfel held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. "Follow me. Do not speak. Do not touch anything." He lifted the iron ring and pulled. Chapter 48. The iron ring lifted with a scrape of rust against stone. Isel braced his weight, shoulders tensed, and the floor panel swung upward on hidden hinges. Cold air rose from the gap, thick with the smell of earth and something older, something that had been still for a long time. Josephine leaned forward, her pulse sharp in her throat. Then footsteps reached the bottom of the wine cellar stairs. Not the measured tread of a guard making rounds. A woman's step, quick and uneven, the hem of a skirt brushing stone. Isel let the panel settle back without lowering it fully. His hand moved to his sword, but he did not draw. "Stay behind me," he said, low enough that the words barely reached her. The footsteps crossed the cellar floor. A figure emerged from the shadow between the wine racks, and Josephine recognized the iron-gray hair before she saw the face. Sabine. She stopped 3 paces from them, her pulse sharp in her throat. Then footsteps reached the bottom of the wine cellar stairs. Not the measured tread of a guard making rounds. A woman's step, quick and uneven, the hem of a skirt brushing stone. Isel let the panel settle back without lowering it fully. His hand moved to his sword, but he did not draw. "Stay behind me," he said, low enough that the words barely reached her. The footsteps crossed the cellar floor. A figure emerged from the shadow between the wine racks, and Josephine recognized the iron-gray hair before she saw the face. Sabine. She stopped 3 paces from them, her eyes going to the open panel in the floor, then to Josephine's gray gown, then to Isel's hand on his sword hilt. Her expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a woman confirming what she had already suspected. "You found the second route," Sabine said. Isel did not move. "Lady Sabine? I need to speak with her." Sabine's voice was flat, stripped of the measured authority she usually carried. "Alone?" "The conspirator just gave orders to have her removed before she reaches the East Tower." Isel said, will ever. Alone is not safe. Then stay within earshot, but I will speak to her without an audience. Josephine watched Sabine's face. The lines around her mouth seemed deeper than they had been at the strategy table. Her hands hung at her sides, ungloved, the burn scar visible against her wrist. Why should I trust you? Josephine asked. Sabine's jaw tightened. Because I did not cut the page from the register. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Josephine felt the weight of them, the precision of the denial. Sabine had not said she was innocent, she had said she did not cut that specific page. Who did? Josephine said. I do not know. But I know who is being framed, because it is me. Sabine's voice cracked on the last word, barely audible. The missing page was my shield. Without it, the crown sees only my signature and my silence. They will assume I acted alone, that I erased Nimre to protect my own position, not to save her. Isel shifted. You found the register before Brother Oren. I knew it existed. I did not know it had been moved to the chapel vault. Sabine's hands tightened. Someone placed it there for Oren to discover, someone who knew he would bring it to Josephine. Josephine studied her. You are asking me to believe you. I am asking you to think. Sabine stepped closer, her gaze holding Josephine's. If I had cut that page, I would have burned it. I would not have left the register where it could be found. I have spent 18 years learning how to make evidence disappear. This was not my work. The silence stretched between them. Josephine thought of the steward's clerk on the stair, taking orders from someone outside the household. The woman in the brown cloak buying memories in the village market. The 8-year trail of silver moving through river tariffs to a dead man's account. You want a truce, Josephine said. I want to survive to crowned bunquery. Sabine's brace dropped. And I want the person who had spent 8 years building a case against me to answer for it. If that means working with you, then yes, a truce. Josephine almost refused. The words sat on her tongue riddle. Sabine had lied to her for 18 years, had buried her name in a ledger, and dressed her in servant cloth and called it protection. Had watched her scrub floors and carry tea, and never once said, "This is not who you are." But Sabine had also stood between her and the council, had refused to name her as a threat when it would have been easier, had pressed a child's silver chore into her hand at dawn and said only, "She will know this." What do you have that I do not already know? Josephine asked. Sabine's breath came out slow. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded scrap of paper, creased and yellowed at the edges. The witness mark, she said, the third signature on Nimre's entry. I spent 3 days trying to identify it before the page was cut. She held out the paper. Josephine took it, unfolded it, saw a single letter copied in Sabine's precise hand. V. A letter is not a name, Josephine said. No, but I know who signed it. Sabine's gaze held hers. The woman who nursed Nimre after Withdrawal died. She was the only person outside the household council who knew the truth of the erasure. She witnessed the oath, then vanished across the northern border 6 months later. Josephine's fingers tightened on the paper. You let her leave. I let her go. She was not a prisoner. She was a witness I could not control. Sabine's voice hardened. I have spent years assuming she stayed gone. But if the conspirator found her, if they convinced her to talk, to sell her memory of that night, then the missing page is not the only evidence they have. The name on the paper felt heavier than it should have. What was her full name? Josephine asked. Sabine's breath came out slow. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded scrap of paper, creased and yellowed at the edges. The witness mark, she said, the third signature on Nimre's entry. I spent 3 days trying to identify it before the page was cut. She held out the paper. Josephine took it, unfolded it, saw a single letter copied in Sabine's precise hand. V, a letter is not a name. Josephine said, No, but I know who signed it. Sabine's gaze held hers. The woman who nursed Nimre after Withdrawal died. She was the only person outside the household council who knew the truth of the erasure. She witnessed the oath, then vanished across the northern border 6 months later. Josephine's fingers tightened on the paper. You let her leave. I let her go. She was not a prisoner. She was a witness I could not control. Sabine's voice hardened. I have spent years assuming she stayed gone. But if the conspirator found her yet, I did not want to give them a name to search for. And if they have found her, then knowing her name will not save us. It will only tell us how far ahead they are. Isel spoke from behind them. Then we need to find her before the Crown inquiry arrives. Sabine did not look at him. She kept her eyes on Josephine. The truce, she said. Do you accept it? Josephine folded the paper along its creases and slid it into her sleeve. I will work with you, she said, but I do not trust you, and if I find out you knew more than you are telling me, the truce ends. Sabine nodded once, a woman who had expected no better. Then we have work to do. She turned toward the stair, then paused. The east tower door. I assume you mean to open it? Yes. Do not go alone. Whoever cut that page knows you are looking for the tower. They will be waiting. Sabine climbed the stairs without looking back, her footsteps fading into the corridor above. Josephine stood in the silence, the paper a weight against her sleeve. The nurse called Vale. The border. The missing years. She looked down at the open panel in the cellar floor, the dark gap where the hidden route waited. The writer's room, she said to Isel. We do not have long. Chapter 49. The wine cellar panel closed above them, cutting off the last of the corridor light. Isel struck a flint and lit a wall sconce Josephine had not seen until the flame touched it, a bronze cup set into the stonework like an afterthought. Where does this lead? She asked. Under the old chapel wing. Isel moved ahead, his shadow stretching long across the packed wood floor. There is a storehouse the household council stopped using before the old margrave died. Roof leaks, rats, no one goes there. Then why are we going there? Because Oren found tracks. He did not slow. Boot prints in the dust, a trail leading from the boarded side door to a broken window. Someone has been using it as a copying room. The tunnel narrowed, the walls changed from dressed stone to raw granite, the ceiling dropping until Josephine had to duck. Her shoulders scraped against something damp, and she smelled rot and wet ash. Isel stopped at a wooden door banded in rusted iron. Through here. The door groaned open onto darkness so thick it felt solid. Josephine stepped through and understood why no one came here. The chapel storehouse had once held communion silver, spare vestments, funeral wreaths, the ordinary debris of a household's worship. Now it held collapsed shelving, shredded linen, and the sour reek of old water. The roof had failed years ago. A wedge of gray daylight fell through a gap in the slates, illuminating a work table that did not belong. The table was clean, wiped. A fresh stub of tallow candle sat in a tin holder at its center. He was here, Isel said. Last night, maybe this morning. Brother Oren emerged from the far corner, his robe dark with damp. He was holding a metal box, its lid pried open, its contents half empty. Oath copies, he said. Someone has been transcribing pages from the main register, not the supplementary ledger, the one in the archive. They extracted the entries for every Drennock birth in the last 30 years. Josephine crossed to him. The box held folded sheets, some in a clerk's even hand, some in rougher script. She lifted the top sheet and saw her own name, Nimre, daughter of Thomas, written in ink still dark enough to be recent. This is a succession brief, she said. They are assembling a legal challenge. Oren's face was gray in the dim light. Not just a challenge, a claim. Whoever copied these pages is building a case for an alternate heir. They have every recorded birth, every collateral line, every erasure note. They have your entry, the oath ledger annotation, and the witness signatures. Where is the original? Esau's hand rested on his sword hilt. Gone. Oren set the box down. The box was wedged behind a loose stone. If I had not seen the goot prints leading to that corner, I would have missed it entirely. Josephine looked at the sheets in her hand. 23 names. 23 lives reduced to ink and legal argument. Someone had spent hours here, bent over a clean table, copying records that could unmake Thornveil. He took the originals with him, she said. These are drafts. Or duplicates. Oren's voice was thin. He may have made 2 sets. One for himself, one for whoever is directing him. Esau moved to the brazier in the far corner, a shallow iron bowl filled with ash and half-burned paper. He burned something before he left. Josephine crossed to the brazier and knelt. The ash was cold, the char brittle. She used the edge of her sleeve to lift a fragment that had survived the flames, a corner of parchment with 2 words still readable in the margin. Heir. V. She held it up. Esau swore softly. Oren took the fragment from her fingers, his hands steady despite the pallor of his face. This is from the same batch as the burned scraps in the Great Hall furnace. The same hand, the same ink, the same margin mark. He looked up. The person who left those scraps in the furnace also worked here. They are the same conspirator. Or the conspirator's clerk, Josephine said. Someone who knows oath procedure, has access to the archive, and can write in 2 hands well enough to fool a casual glance. She stood. Her knees were damp from the stone floor, her fingers smudged with ash. He is building a succession brief for an outside claimant, she said. The heir connection, the V mark, the copied birth records. He is not gathering evidence to frame Sabine, he is gathering evidence to support a rival claimant. Oren's face went tighter. If that brief reaches the Crown inquiry before we can present our own case, then we lose control of the succession entirely. Josephine looked at the clean table, the fresh candle stub, the half-empty box. He is almost done. He would not have left the box unless he had already copied everything he needed. Esau drew his sword. Then we have less time than we thought. The sound came from the nave beyond the strawhouse door. Not a footstep, a scrape. Leather on stone, slow and deliberate, as if someone was waiting to see whether they would leave first. Josephine's hand went to her sleeve, where the silver charm still rested. The scrape came again, closer. And the darkness beyond the door shifted. Chapter 50. The scrape came again. Closer. Isel moved before the sound finished, putting himself between Josephine and the door. His sword caught the gray light from the roof gap, a flat gleam that did not waver. Brother Oren set the metal box down with deliberate silence. He was watching the door the same way he had watched the vault grate the night she wrote her name in the oath ledger, like a man calculating how fast he could reach cover. Josephine's fingers found the silver charm in her sleeve. The metal was warm from her body heat, a small, impossible fact against the cold of the storehouse. The door was not locked. She had seen that when they entered, the iron ring hung loose, the wood warped enough that a gap showed at the bottom edge. Whatever was scraping toward them could push it open with one hand. How many entrances to this nave? She whispered. 2. Istel's voice was barely a breath. The main door we came through and a side passage that connects to the old sacristy. Does he know about the sacristy? He knows everything about this chapel. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It had weight, a listening quality that pressed against the storehouse door like someone deciding whether to enter or wait. Then the door swung inward. Not fast, not slow. The way a door moves when the person on the other side has already chosen exactly what they will do once it is open. Benwick Drennock stood in the gap. He was not dressed for chapel visits. His coat was travel-stained, his boots wet to the ankle, his dark hair plastered at the temples by rain he had not bothered to shake off. He looked at Isel's blade, then at Josephine's face, then at the metal box on the work table. "You found the copying room," she said. "I was hoping you would. I was also hoping I would reach it before you did." Istel did not lower his sword. "You followed us." "I followed the steward's clerk." Benwick stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a soft click that made Josephine's shoulders tighten. "He has been slipping out of the hall for 3 nights running. Tonight I decided to see where he went. He led me to the wine cellar, and the wine cellar led me to this passage, and the passage led me to the scrape of a sword against stone." He looked at Istel. "You were not quiet." "I want to trying to be quiet for your benefit." "Evidently." Brother Oren cleared his throat. "Lord Benwick, if you are involved in this conspiracy, now is the moment to declare it." Benwick's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. "If I were the conspirator, I would not have walked through that door with my boots making noise on every step. I would have barred the passage from the wine cellar and let you starve in the dark." He reached into his coat. Isel's blade came up. Benwick stopped, his hand halfway to the inner pocket. "I am retrieving a letter, not a weapon." "Slowly," Istel said. Benwick drew out a folded sheet, creased and travel-worn, sealed with a pressed wafer of plain wax. No crest, no identifier. He held it out to Josephine. She took it. The paper was soft from handling, as if it had been read and refolded many times. "Open it," Benwick said. She broke the seal. The handwriting was cramped, the ink uneven, as if written in poor light. 3 lines, no signature. "The broker calls himself Tallow. He takes correspondence at the Hangman in Crossmarket. He answers to a woman whose name I do not know, but whose crest carries a tower on bare stone." Josephine read it twice. "Where did you get this?" she said. "I've been running my own search." Benwick leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her with the patient focus she had learned to mistrust over the past weeks. "I suspected outside hands long before the Crown letter arrived. The grain discrepancy was too neat, the timing too clean. Someone with court experience was pulling threads, and I wanted to know who before they finished weaving whatever they were making." "You did not share this with the Strategy Council." "I did not share it with anyone." His gaze did not waver. "Because I did not know who among the council was feeding information to the other side, and neither did you, which is why you did not tell me about the register you found in the chapel vault." Josephine went still. Benwick's smile returned, thinner this time. "Yes, I know about the supplemental register. I know about the cut page. I know about Vale." He pushed off the wall. "You are not the only person in Thornveil who can follow a thread, Nimre. I simply do it with coin instead of courage." Istel's sword lowered a fraction. "You have been investigating your own household." "I have been protecting my brother's house from people who want to tear it apart for a claim that should never have been buried in the first place." Benwick's voice lost its lightness. "The broker Tallow was the link. He moves correspondence between the conspirator in Thornveil and the faction in Crossmarket that is funding the succession brief. If we can reach him before the Crown Examiner does, he will name the woman who hired him. And you want something in return? Josephine said. Benwick met her eyes. I want to be included from the beginning next time. No secrets, no vault registers found and not mentioned, no hidden passages explored without my knowledge. He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the rain on his coat. I am not asking for your trust. I am asking for your strategy. You move faster than anyone in that household council, but you move alone, and alone you will eventually make a mistake. The silence stretched. Josephine looked at the letter in her hand. Tower on bare stone. The crest she had not recognized on Lady Harrow's carriage. Crossmarket is 3 days north, she said. The Crown inquiry arrives in 7. Then we do not have time to argue about whether I deserve a seat at your table. Benwick extended his hand, palm open. Tallow will not speak to anyone without coin or threat. I have both. You have the knowledge of what questions to ask. The silver charm was gold against her pall again. She thought of Sabine's warning about the East Tower, of the cut page, of the woman who remembered Nimre's face from before the erasure. She took Benwick's hand. We leave at dawn, she said, and if you are leading me into a trap, I will make sure the succession sheaf includes a very unflattering portrait of your brother as the sole heir. Benwick's grin cracked through, sharp and genuine. I would expect nothing less. Chapter 531. They moved through the lower corridor at a pace that was almost a run. Crispin's hand closed around Josephine's wrist like he expected her to be pulled away at any turn. The servants' passage branched left toward the kitchens. The main hall opened right toward the great hearth, where retainers still murmured. Crispin took neither. He pressed a panel in the wainscoting that looked like every other panel, and it gave with a scrape of old wood. This goes to the East Gallery, he said. No one uses it. The floor groans if anyone follows. She stepped through after him into a narrow stone corridor that smelled of dust and dried flowers. The walls were lined with frames, dark ovals and rectangles that caught the light from a single high window. Portraits, a generation of Drennock faces watching from the shadows, all of them with the same brow, the same set to the jaw, the same gray eyes or dark ones. Crispin's hand did not leave her wrist. Benwick told you everything, she said. He told me he found you in a hidden room beneath the chapel, and that you have a plan that involves leaving before dawn. Crispin's voice was flat, controlled, the voice he used when he was deciding whether to be furious or relieved. I want to hear it from you. She told him. The broker Tallow, the hanged man in Crossmarket, the woman whose crest carried a tower on bare stone, Benwick's offer of coin and threat, and her acceptance. Crispin listened without interruption, his jaw tightening at the name of the broker and the description of the crest. When she finished, he did not speak for a long moment. The silence filled with the weight of dead Drennocks pressing in from the walls. You trust him, Crispin said. I trust his interest in finding the truth before the Crown does. That is not the same thing. No, she said, but it is enough to ride north with. Crispin released her wrist. His hand moved to her shoulder, then to the side of her neck, his thumb resting at the hollow of her throat where her pulse beat against his skin. The touch was precise, careful, as if he were checking that she was still solid. I should forbid it, he said. You could try. The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile. You would go anyway. I would go anyway, she agreed, but I would rather go knowing you understand why. His hand stayed at her neck. The gallery was cold, the air thick with the breath of old pint and dry rot, but his paws warm and steady. She did not pull away. 3 days north, he said. The inquiry in 7. If you do not return in time, the Crown will proceed without your testimony. Then I will be back in time. And if Benwick's broker is a trap, then I will make sure the succession brief includes a very accurate description of how I died, so you can hold it over his grave. Crispin's hand tightened, just barely at the base of her skull. That is not funny. It is a little funny. It is not. But his voice had softened. He pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers, and she felt the breath leave him in a long, unsteady exhale. I spent 3 days not speaking to you after the oath. I will not spend the rest of my life not speaking to you because I let you ride into a trap with my brother. Then come with us. He pulled back. The look on his face was something between surprise and pain. I cannot, he said. If I leave Thornveil now, the household council will fracture before the inquiry arrives. Sabine is already fragile. The steward is either a conspirator or being used by one. Benwick gone and you gone is survivable. All 3 of us gone is an invitation. She had known the answer before she asked. It still sat in her chest like a stone. I know, she said. He touched her face, his fingers tracing the line of her jaw. When you come back, we will find the woman with the bare stone crest. We will find Vale. We will take whatever the broker gives us and tear this conspiracy open from the inside. When I come back, she repeated. It was not a question, he was not asking. They stood in the gallery of dead Drennocks, the ancestors watching from their frames, and Crispin looked at her like she was the only living thing in the room. His hand slid from her jaw to her shoulder, then down her oar until his fingers laced with her srein. Come, he said. I want to show you something. He led her deeper into the gallery, past portraits of margraves with stern mouths and wives with painted smiles, past children who had died before they reached adulthood, their faces preserved in the same stiff pose as if death had merely been a long sitting. The dust rose with each step, and the floorboards complained beneath them. At the far end, almost hidden in the shadow of a stone pillar, a portrait hung slightly apart from the others. It was smaller, less ornate, the frame plain oak instead of carved walnut. I did not know this was here, Crispin said. He stopped. His hand tightened on hers. The portrait showed a woman in a simple blue dress, her dark hair pinned in a style that had not been worn for decades. She sat with her hands folded, her expression calm but watchful, as if she had been caught mid-thought by the painter. She had black hair and brown eyes. She had Nimre's face. Josephine's breath caught. The frame is clean, Crispin said. His voice had gone strange, treble. The paint is not faded like the others. Someone has been tending this portrait, recently. He reached out, his fingers hovering over the nameplate at the bottom of the frame. The brass was polished, the engraving legible where other nameplates had tarnished to illegibility. He read it aloud. Mara Jorel. Josephine stood frozen, looking at her mother's face. The face she had worn for the entire time she had been Nimre. The face that belonged to the woman who had died giving birth to her, who had been erased from every record, who had been buried without a marker and remembered only by a single portrait hidden in the shadow of a disused gallery. Someone cleaned this, Crispin said again. Recently, before the Codex was found, before the inquiry was announced. He turned to look at her, and in the dim light of the gallery, she saw something shift in his face. Someone who knew you would come here, he said. Someone who wanted you to see it. The dust on the floor around the portrait was disturbed. Fresh footprints, small ones, leading away toward the eastern end of the gallery where the wall looked solid, but the shutters pulled too thickly to be natural. A door. Hidden like everything else in this house. Chapter 52. The night air was thick with the smell of rain-soaked stone and wood smoke. Icewell moved ahead, his steps practiced and silent. Josephine followed, her fingers tracing the damp wall, the echo of Crispin's voice still warm in her chest. The portrait of Margrave had shaken something loose in her, a sense of being anchored to this place in ways she had not chosen and could not escape. The fresh footprints leading toward the eastern door were a puzzle she could not solve yet. But she let Icewell lead her away from the gallery, back through the hidden passages, until they emerged in the lower servant corridor near the still room. Icewell paused at the junction, his profile sharp in the candlelight. "We have another problem," he said. "Benwick's man found Vale." Josephine's breath caught. "Where?" "River market town called Deepwell," Icewell said. "She goes by Vara Ellen now, runs a seamstress shop near the chapel." A coded reply from Benwick's informant, tucked behind a loose stone in the wine cellar, had reached Icewell an hour ago. The initial V matched the note, the burned parchment, the altar scrap. Vale was alive and living under another name. Josephine pressed her palms flat against the wall, steadying herself. "How far?" 2 days' hard ride, 3 at a careful pace." "Then we leave at dawn." Icewell's jaw tightened. "The Crown has made an announcement," he said. "An examiner is already on the road." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper, damp at the edges, the ink smeared from rain. She took it and read in the dim candlelight. The Crown was sending a formal examiner north. Not Vale, someone new, already traveling, expected to reach Thornveil before the original inquiry deadline. Less than a week, maybe 5 days. "They accelerated," she breathed. "Someone told them to hurry." Icewell's hand rested on his sword. "If we miss Vale, the conspiracy brief reaches the Crown before we can counter it." She folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. "Then we do not miss her." Dawn came gray and wet, the sky a low ceiling of cloud pressing against the roof of Thornveil. Josephine stood in the courtyard with a leather satchel strapped across her chest, her gray gown traded for a plainer riding dress that Tamsin had produced without comment. Marvine arrived first, her hair braided tight, a waxed cloak over her shoulders. She carried no luggage beyond a Rhodes blanket and a small pouch at her belt. "Benwick said we ride hard," Marvine said. "I have done worse for less reason." Icewell was already checking the horses, 3 rangy mounts with hard mouths and patient eyes. He worked in silence, testing girth straps and running his hands down forelegs. Benwick came last, his coat dry despite the damp, a sealed letter in his hand. He stopped beside Josephine and held it out. "This gets you through Deepwell's market gates without questions," he said. "The magistrate there owes me a favor from a grain dispute 2 summers ago." She took the letter. "And if the favor has expired?" "Then you use the second seal inside the envelope." He said it flatly, but his eyes were measuring. "That one opens the debt of a man who would rather not be reminded he owes me." Marvine swung onto her horse with the ease of someone who had grown up in the saddle. Icewell followed, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Josephine mounted last. The horse shifted beneath her, warm and impatient, and she gripped the reins tighter than she needed to. 7 days, Benwick said, standing back. "Make it 5 if you can. The Crown Examiner will not wait." She did not answer. She pressed her heels into the horse's flanks and followed Icewell through the gate, the sound of hooves on wet cobbles marking the rhythm of their departure. Deepwell sat at the bend of a slow brown river, its market square packed with canvas stalls and mud-slicked lanes. They reached it on the second evening, the light fading to a bruised purple behind the chapel spire. The seamstress shop was wedged between a co-op's yard and a tavern that spilled yellow light across the street. A wooden sign above the door read, "Ellen and Daughter," in faded pate, the letters worn soft by weather. Icewell dismounted first, his hand on his sword. Marvine stayed with the horses, her hood pulled forward, her posture watchful. Josephine pushed the door open. The shop was narrow and warm, bolts of fabric stacked along the walls, a rack of half-finished dresses in the corner. A woman stood at the far table, her gray-streaked hair pinned in a loose coil, a measuring tape draped around her neck. She looked up when the door opened. Her face was lined, her eyes pale blue, her hands still holding a spool of thread. She looked at Josephine and went still. "I am looking for a woman called Vale," Josephine said. The woman did not move. The thread spool turned slowly in her fingers. "I do not know that name," she said. Josephine reached into her satchel. She pulled out the silver charm Sabine had pressed into her hand before dawn, a small throated circle no wider than her thumb, worn smooth with age. She held it out. The woman stared at the charm. Her hand came up, not to take it, but to touch her own collar, where a similar faint line showed against the fabric. Josephine said, "She will know this." The woman's breath left her in a sound that was almost a sob. She set the thread spool down carefully as if it might shatter. "Who sent you?" "Lady Sabine Quist." "She is alive?" "She is, and she needs you." The woman named Vale, closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet and sharp. "The wrong men arrived yesterday?" she said, asking after a dead child. "I told them nothing." She looked at Josephine, and something in her face shifted. "Then you came." Chapter 53. The shop smelled of wool dust and lavender, the air heavy with the kind of quiet that had been waiting a long time to break. Vale stood frozen behind her work table, the silver charm still hanging between them like a held breath. Her hand had not moved from her collar. Her eyes had not left Josephine's face. "Where did you get that?" Her voice was thin, scraped clean of pretense. "Lady Sabine gave it to me this morning," Josephine said. "She said you would know it." Vale's fingers curled against her own collarbone. The measuring tape around her neck rose and fell with each shallow breath. "She kept it all these years." "She kept everything," Josephine said. "The register, the oath, your name." A sound escaped Vale's throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sob. She turned and braced both hands against the work table, her back to Josephine, her shoulders shaking once before she forced them still. "I told myself she was dead," Vale said. "It was easier to think she had died before they could make her talk." "Who?" Vale turned back. Her eyes were dry now, hard and bright. "The same men who arrived yesterday. The same men who have been searching for 18 years, on and off, patient as stone." She picked up the spool of thread from the table, turned it in her hands, set it down again. "They know about the child. They have always known. They just could not prove it until someone inside Thornveil started feeding them names." Josephine's chest tightened. "The steward's clerk. I do not know the name. I do not want to know it." Vale stepped around the table, closer now, close enough that Josephine could see the fine lines at the corners of her mouth, the way her hands had not stopped trembling. "But someone inside has been talking for years. That is how they knew to come here. That is how they knew to ask after a dead child." "I am not dead." Vale went still. The silence stretched, thin and sharp. "No," Vale said slowly. "You are not." She reached up and undid the collar of her dress. The silver thread charm around her own neck caught the candlelight, a matching circle, smaller than Sabine's, worn to a soft gleam. "I gave this to Nimre the night before I left," Vale said. "She was 3 months old. She had black hair and her mother's eyes, and I told Sabine that if anything ever happened, if the child needed to know who she was, she would have this." Josephine touched the charm at her own throat. The silver was warm from her skin. "She does know," Josephine said. "She knows who she is." Vale's face crumpled, held, then smoothed again with the discipline of someone who had been holding herself together for a very long time. Then you have already done what I ran away to make possible. Not yet. Josephine stepped closer. The Crown inquiry arrives in 5 to 7 days. The conspirator has already copied the birth records and built a succession brief for a heir claimant. If Vale, if you, do not testify about what you witnessed, the lie becomes the truth. Vale looked at her for a long moment. There is a back room, we said. Through the curtain. Bring your people in quietly. I will tell you everything. Marvine and Isel slipped through the shop's rear door, while Vale lit a second candle in the cramped back room. Bolts of undyed linen lined the walls. A narrow cot stood in the corner, the blanket folded tight. Vale sat on the edge of the cot. Her hands were steady now. I arrived at Thornveil the winter before Nimre was born, she said. Sabine found me on the road, half frozen, running from a husband who wanted me dead. She gave me work and a name that did not belong to anyone. I owed her everything. She looked at Josephine. When Margrave died of childbed fever, Sabine brought the infant to me and said, "This child cannot exist on paper. Keep her alive. That is all I ask." Josephine's throat tightened. She told you to hide her. She told me to love her. Vale's voice cracked. And I did. For 3 months I held that child, fed her, sang to her. I was the first face she saw every morning. I was the one who walked the floor with her when she cried at night. She looked down at her hands. When the oath was signed, when Sabine, the steward, and I put our marks on the page that erased her, I thought I would die from it. But Sabine said it was the only way to keep her alive, and I believed her. Then why did you leave? Marvine asked. Her voice was gentle, but the question landed like a blade. Vale looked up. Because the steward started asking questions about where Sabine had taken the child's birth token, and the day after that, a stranger in a brown cloak arrived to the gate asking for the nurse who tended the late Margrave's byblow. She met Josephine's eyes. Sabine gave me coin and a horse and told me to ride north and never say the name Thornveil again. I have not said it aloud in 18 years. Isla shifted by the door. You can say it now, before the crown. I can. Vale's voice dropped. But the wrong men arrived yesterday asking after a dead child. If I speak, they will know I am alive, and they will come for me before the crown can take my testimony. Then you leave tonight, Josephine said. With us. Vale stared at her. Thornveil has hidden rooms, Josephine said, and Brother Oren has a chapel seal that can bind your testimony before the court examiner arrives. You will be protected. Vale's laugh was sharp and hollow. Protected? That is what Sabine promised me the night she'd set me away. This time it is different. How? Josephine held her gaze, because I am not a child anymore, and I will not let them bury the truth a second time. Something shifted in Vale's face, a crack in the wall she had built around herself. You have her voice, Vale said. Nimre's. When she started talking, she had that same way of saying things that made you believe her. She stood. I will come with you, but if the crown examiner is already on the road, we do not have days, we have hours. Isla was already at the door. I will bring the horses around. Keep the back lantern dark. He slipped out. The curtain swayed behind him. Marvine moved to Josephine's side. What do you need me to do? Clear the shop, Josephine said. Make it look like Vara Ellen closed early. Leave nothing that says where she went. Marvine nodded and disappeared into the front room. Josephine turned to Vale, who was already pulling a worn traveling cloak from a hook by the cot. There is one more thing, Vale said, her voice low. The men who came yesterday, they did not just ask about the child, they asked about the silver charm. Josephine's hand went to her throat. They said if anyone came claiming the child was alive, she would carry a charm with a threaded circle. They described it exactly. The air in the room went cold. Who described it? I do not know, but they knew everything. Vale's hands stilled on the cloak's clasp. Someone in Thornveil has been talking for a very long time, and they are not finished yet. Josephine's furs hammered in her throat as the door swung open and Islael's silhouette appeared in the frame, his voice low and urgent. Horses are ready, but there are torches on the market road. Someone is coming. The time's 4:00. They rode west out of Deepwell with the torches still burning behind them, taking the old cart track that hugged the cliff's edge rather than the main road. Ismail led on a raw-boned bay, Vale tucked behind him with her traveling cloak pulled tight. Josephine's thighs ached from gripping the saddle. Water ran down her collar, pooled at the base of her spine, soaked through the wool of her riding cloak until the weight of it pulled at her shoulders. Every ditch they crossed, every swollen stream that spilled across the track made her chest tighten. She had not thought about the river since leaving Thornveil. The ride to Deepwell had been dry, almost pleasant, the kind of journey where you could pretend you were traveling for pleasure instead of survival. But this road, this dark road with water rushing in the gullies and the smell of wet stone rising from the cliffs, this road remembered. Cold, dark, the underpass filling, the dog's claws scrabbling against her chest. Josephine shook her head sharply. Water flew from her hair. You all right? Marvine's voice came from behind her, close to her ears. Fine. You are gripping the pommel like it owes you money. Josephine forced her fingers loose. The leather had left red welts across her palms. They rode on. The track climbed through a stand of wind-bent pines where the rain sounded different, softer, drumming on needles instead of stone. For a few minutes, Josephine could almost breathe. Then the trees fell away and the road opened onto a bare ridge where the wind hit them sideways, carrying spray from somewhere below. The cliff dropped sheer on the left. She could not see the bottom, only darkness and the sound of water moving fast. Eastal pulled up ahead. His bay stood with its head low, ears flicking. There is a washout ahead, he said. We can cross, but it will be tight. How tight? Josephine asked. The carriage would not make it. The horses will. Then we ride. Eastal looked at her for a long moment. Then he turned his horse and urged it forward. The washout was worse than he had described. The track had collapsed into a gully where runoff from the hills had carved a channel 4 feet wide and waist deep. Water churned through it, brown and fast, carrying branches and loose stone. Josephine's horse stopped at the edge. It snorted, shifted its weight, refused to step. Come on, Josephine murmured, pressing her heels into its sides. Come on, girl, it is just water. It is just water. The horse took one step, then another. Water surged past its fetlocks, then its knees, then above its hocks. The current pulled at its legs. Josephine felt the animal's muscles bunch, felt it brace against the drag. Halfway across, a submerged rock turned under its hoof. The horse lurched. Josephine's weight shifted. For a terrible, suspended instant, she was not on a horse. She was in the underpass, the water closing over her head, the dog's body pressing her against the grate, her lungs burning, Marvine's arm locked around her waist. Lean into it, Marvine said, her voice steady and close. Do not freeze. You went somewhere else. Marvine's voice was gentle, but it did not bend. I have seen that look before. It is the look of someone who has nearly drowned. Josephine said nothing. The rain kept falling. They made camp in a hollow where an overhang of rock offered partial shelter. Eastal gathered dry wood from beneath a fallen pine and coaxed a fire into life. Vale sat with her back to the stone, her face drawn and pale in the firelight. Marvine wrung water from her cloak and hung it over a branch. Josephine stood at the edge of the light, staring into the dark. The sound of running water was everywhere. She could not escape it. The hollow drained through a shallow stream that ran 10 feet from the fire, its voice a constant mutter that her brain kept trying to interpret as voices, as warnings, as the sound of the underpass filling. You went somewhere else. She had been back in the water, feeling the cold settle into her bones, watching the light fade above her. 10 seconds, maybe 15. Long enough to forget where she was. Marvine had seen it. Josephine turned from the dark and walked back to the fire. She sat on a flat stone, close enough to feel the heat on her face, and watched the flames. We should reach the river town by midday, Eastal said. If the roads hold. And if they do not? Vale asked. Then we find another way. The fire crackled. A branch shifted, sending sparks spinning into the rain. Josephine's eyes drifted to the stream. The water caught the firelight, broken and glittering, moving too fast to hold any shape. The dog's claws scrabbling against her chest. She had not thought about the dog in weeks. The dog that had cost her her life. The wire-haired terrier with the terrified eyes and the collar that had caught on the grate, pinning them both in the dark. She had saved it. It had survived. She had not. Josephine, Marvine's voice again, quiet, insistent. You need to sleep. I am fine. You keep looking at the water like it is going to rise and take you. Josephine looked at her. Marvine's face was open, concerned, lit orange by the fire. She was not pressing for an answer. She was just watching, ready to catch. When we get to where we are going, Josephine said, I will sleep then. Marvine nodded. She did not argue. The night passed in fragments. Josephine dozed with her back to the rock, waking at every change in the wind, every shift of the horses. The stream kept talking. The rain kept falling. Once, near dawn, she thought she heard voices on the road above, but when she sat up and listened, there was nothing. Eastal was awake too. He met her eyes across the dying fire and shook his head once, a small movement that said he had heard it too. And it was gone now. And they would move on. They broke camp in gray light. The track descended through a series of switchbacks, each turn opening a wider view of the valley below. A river ran through it, broad and brown, moving fast. On the far bank, a cluster of stone roofs and a single bell tower marked the town. That is not Deepwell, Josephine said. It is not. Eastal agreed. Deepwell is 2 days behind us. This is the Reeds. Market of Reeds, Vale said quietly. I know it. There is a chapel there and a woman who keeps the shrine. She knew me, once. Josephine looked at the town. Smoke rose from chimneys. The river churned past its walls. The voices last night, she said. Could they have been following us? Eastal's jaw tightened. Yes. Then we go in fast, find this woman, and leave before anyone knows we were there. Marvine was already adjusting her cloak, smoothing the wet wool, settling into the role she had played in Deepwell. I will take the front. Noble lady looking for rest and supplies. You and Eastal follow the chapel rumor. And the dog. They all looked at Josephine. There was a dog on the back, she said, when we came out of the switchbacks. A small one, with a pale coat. It was stranded on a gravel bar. I did not see a dog, Marvine said. Josephine looked at her hands. They were shaking. I saw it, she said. The river was closer now. She could hear it, a low, constant roar that filled her skull. The water moved fast and dark, carrying branches and sediment. And she heard something else. Voices. coming from the direction of the town. "Riders," Eastal said. They all heard it then. Hoofbeats on the track ahead, multiple horses moving fast. Josephine's hand found the silver charm at her throat. The thread circle pressed into her palm. "Get off the road," she said. But there was nowhere to go. The cliff rose on one side, the river dropped on the other, and the riders were already rounding the bend, their horses splashing through the shallows, their faces hidden under hoods. Chapter 55. The riders rounded the bend, and Josephine's hand went to the silver charm at her throat, the thread circle pressing into her palm like a second pulse. 4 of them. Horses lathered, cloaks dark with rain, heads pulled low. They reined in when they saw the group, the lead horse sidestepping on the wet track. Eastel's hand was on his sword. Marvine had straightened in her saddle, her face sliding into the pleasant blankness of a noblewoman who expected to be deferred to. The lead rider pushed back his hood. A sharp face, a day's growth of beard, eyes that moved over the group like he was counting coin. "You are on the Thornveil road," he said. "State your business." Marvine's voice came out cool and unhurried. "I am traveling to the Reeds, with my maid and my guards. Who asks?" The man's eyes lingered on her cloak, the cut of her saddle, the frank way she met his gaze. "The Crown has closed the northern passage. Bandits on the high road. We are checking every party that comes through." "Then you will be pleased to know we have seen no bandits." Marvine tilted her head. "Only wet weather and poor roads. Are we permitted to proceed, or shall I file a complaint at the Reeds about Crown agents delaying travelers without cause?" The man's jaw tightened. He looked at Istal, at Josephine, at Vale with her face half hidden under her hood. "Move quickly," he said, "and do not stop after dark." He wheeled his horse and the others followed, their hooves splashing through the shallows as they took the track back the way they had come. No one spoke until the sound faded. They were not checking for bandits. Marvine tilted her head. "Only wet weather and poor roads. Are we permitted to proceed, or shall I file a complaint at the Reeds about Crown agents delaying travelers without cause?" The gran hitch was birched through the stones of roof, the river grinding against its walls. Somewhere in that tangle of streets was a shrine keeper who knew Vale, and somewhere else was whoever had told the Crown's men to hurry. "We go in now," she said, "before they have time to set watchers at every gate." The Reeds was built on a slope that tipped everything toward the river. The streets were wet stone, the gutters running fast and brown. Boats were tied to iron rings at the water's edge, and the air smelled of fish, wet wool, and wood smoke. They left the horses at a stable near the south gate, paying a boy extra to keep them saddled and ready. Marvine adjusted her cloak and walked into the market square with the easy authority of someone who had never been told she did not belong. Josephine watched her go, a noble lady looking for cloth, looking for a meal, looking for nothing in particular. If anyone asked, she was waiting for the rain to stop. Eastel led Josephine and Vale through a narrow alley that ran between 2 warehouses, emerging on a street that faced the chapel. It was smaller than Thornveil's, built of gray stone with a wooden bell tower that listed slightly to one side. "The shrine keeper lives in the room behind the sacristy," Vale said. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "She let me sleep there once, years ago. I do not know if she will remember me." "We are about to find out." They crossed the street. The chapel door was unlocked, the interior dim and cold, smelling of damp plaster and old incense. A woman was kneeling at the altar rail, her head bowed. Josephine waited. The woman did not move. "Excuse me?" Josephine said. The woman looked up. She was older than Vale, with grey hair cropped short and a face that had been weathered by decades of river wind. Her eyes were pale and steady. "The chapel is open to all who seek peace," she said. "If you are seeking something else, you will not find it here." "I am looking for a woman who keeps the shrine," Josephine said. "I was told she knew someone I am looking for." The woman's gaze shifted to Vale, who had pushed back her hood. The woman's face went still. "Vara," she said, "I thought you were dead." "Not yet." Vale stepped forward. "But I will be if they find me. I need a place to hide for an hour. And then I need to leave without being seen." The woman looked at Josephine, then at Istal, her pale eyes calculating. "Who are they?" "People who are trying to keep me alive." The woman considered this, then she stood, brushed the dust from her knees, and gestured toward the sacristy. "Come, we can talk in the back." The room behind the sacristy was small and warm, heated by a coal brazier. A narrow cot, a wooden chair, a shelf with a single candle and a worn prayer book. The woman closed the door and bolted it. "I am Brenna," she said. "I have kept this shrine for 20 years. Vora and I crossed paths when she first came north. She told me she was running from something. I did not ask what." "Then you know who she is," Josephine said. "I know she is not who she said she is." Brenna looked at Vale. "I did not care then. I do not care now. But those men who came yesterday, the ones asking about a dead child, they knew her by a name she has not used in 18 years. Vale's face went pale. "What name?" "Nimre." Brenna's voice was flat. "They asked if I knew anyone who had tended a child called Nimre, a girl child, born to a woman who died in childbed. They described the woman. Dark hair, brown eyes, a face like the one this girl is wearing." She nodded at Josephine. Josephine's hand found the silver charm again. "I am that child," she said. Brenna looked at her for a long moment. The silence stretched, broken only by the hiss of the brazier. "I know," Brenna said. "I recognized you the moment you walked in. You have your mother's face." Josephine's breath caught. "You knew my mother?" "I knew Mara Jorel." Brenna's voice was quieter now. "She came through the reeds on her way to Thornveil, years before you were born. She stayed in this chapel for 3 nights, waiting for the river to go down. She was kind and she was terrified, and she never told me why." "How did you know she was my mother?" "Because I have seen that face in my dreams for 20 years. Brenna looked at Vale. "And because Vora told me, the night she fled, that Mara's child was still alive. Hidden, erased, but alive." Vale was crying now, silent tears running down her face. "I should not have told her," she said. "But I was afraid I would die on the road, and someone needed to know the truth." "I never told anyone," Brenna said. "Until today." Josephine stood very still. The brazier hissed, the candle flame wavered. "The men who came yesterday," she said. "What did they look like?" "2 of them, gray cloaks, clean-shaven, soft hands. They spoke like courtmen, not soldiers. They paid in silver and asked their questions like they already knew the answers." "Did they say where they were staying?" "No, but I followed one of them after he left." Brenna's mouth tightened. "He went to the Hanged Man, the inn on the riverfront." Josephine looked at Istal. His face told her nothing, but his hand had meant to his sword. "We need to leave," she said. "Too late." Brenna's voice was low, urgent. She was looking at the door, where a shadow had moved beneath the crack. "Someone is outside." Chapter 56. The bolt struck the doorframe, splintering the jamb an inch from Brenna's head. Josephine did not think. She grabbed Vale's arm and pulled her behind the cot as a second bolt punched through the shutters, burying itself in the far wall with a sound like breaking bone. Down, Isel said, already flat on the floor, sword drawn. They are shooting from the alley. Brenna had dropped to her knees, one hand pressed to the wound in the doorframe, as if she could hold the wood together by will. Her pale eyes were wide but steady. They knew, she said. They knew you would come to me. They knew someone would. Josephine's voice came out hard, flat, the voice she used when a spreadsheet would not balance and the error was already compounding. How many ways into this room? One door, one window. Brenna pointed at the shutters. The one they are shooting through. Then we stay low and we stay quiet. Vale was shaking beside her, breath coming too fast, the same rhythm Josephine had heard in drowning lungs before the water closed over her head. She forced the memory down. Vale. She gripped the older woman's wrist. I need you to speak, now, before we lose the chance. Vale looked at her, uncomprehending. The truth you came to tell, Josephine said. Tell it now, while we are still alive to hear it. The silence stretched. Another bolt slammed into the shutters, splitting one of the slats. Light bled through the gap, thin and gray. The erased branch, Vale said. Her voice was barely a whisper. It began because the old margrave fathered a child, a girl. And the heir kin had been watching for exactly that. Josephine held her gaze. The child could have been hidden, Vale said. The child could have been raised in safety. But the old margrave was dying, and his heir was young. And there were those who would have used a daughter's existence as proof of something it was not. Proof of what? That the margrave had broken faith, that he had chosen a servant woman over his proper match, that the child was a threat to be eliminated rather than a claim to be honored. Vale's voice cracked. Harrowmire wanted a reason to challenge. The child was a reason. So Sabine buried me. She buried Nimre. Vale's eyes were wet. She took a living child and made her a nobody. She erased the name, the record, the blood. She turned a daughter into a maid, and she did it to end the chase. The room felt very cold. I was the nurse, Vale said. I held you when Mara died. I fed you, I sang to you, I watched Sabine write your death into the register while you slept in the next room. I signed the oath because she told me it was the only way to keep you alive. Was it? Vale's face crumpled. I do not know. I believed her. I had to believe her. But I have spent 18 years wondering if I helped bury a child who could have lived free. Another bolt hit the shutters. This one cracked through, a splinter of iron-tipped wood skidding across the floor to stop at Josephine's foot. Time is finished, Isel said. Josephine looked at Brenna. The shrine keeper had pulled a small leather roll from beneath the cot, a traveler's seal kit, the same kind Brother Oren used in the chapel. You have a seal, Josephine said. Chapel authority, limited, but I can witness an oath if I see it sworn. Brenna's hands were steady as she unrolled the kit. If the words are spoken in my presence and she swears by the old names, I can bind it until a proper clerk confirms the record. Vale looked at the seal, then at the splintered shutters. It will not matter if we die here. It will matter to the people who find our bodies, Josephine said. Swear the oath, Vale. Swear to the truth of what you witnessed. Brenna will seal it, and I will carry it to Thornveil if I have to crawl through the river to do it. Vale closed her eyes. When she opened them, her voice was clear. I, Var Ellen, known as Vale, do swear by the old names, and by the blood I tended that Nimre Drennock was the living child of Thomas Drennock and Mara Jarl, born in the winter of the hard frost, hidden by Lady Sabine Quist's order, erased from the household register by her hand and by the hands of 2 others. I was the 3rd signatory. I signed because I believed. I fled because I feared. I return because the truth has waited long enough. Brenna pressed the seal into wax, the mark a simple chapel cross, barely official, barely anything at all, but it was something. The shutters exploded inward. Josephine threw herself over Vale as the first man came through the window, crossbow raised, the alley light catching the edge of a gray cloak. Isel let him before he could fire, sword driving through his chest in a single, clean arc. The man fell without a sound. Two more came behind him. Josephine's hand closed around the sealed parchment. She did not know if she could run. She did not know if she could fight. But she knew what she was carrying. And she was not going to let it die with her. Chapter 57. The shutters exploded inward. Josephine threw herself over Vale as the first man came through the window, crossbow raised, the alley light catching the edge of a gray cloak. Isel met him before he could fire, sword driving through his chest in a single clean arc. The man fell without a sound. Two more came behind him. Josephine's hand closed around the sealed parchment. She did not know if she could run. She did not know if she could fight. But she knew what she was carrying, and she was not going to let it die with her. The second man cleared the window ledge before Isel could recover. He landed low, blade already coming around, and Isel took the slash across his forearm rather than let the man reach Josephine. The sound of steel on bone was wet and wrong. "Go," Isel said. Not a shout, a command. "Brenna, the back." Brenna was already moving, shoving aside a stack of firewood to reveal a low door Josephine had not noticed, barely wider than her shoulders. The shrine keeper's hands were steady, despite the blood spray across her apron. "Through the sacristy garden," Brenna said. "The alley runs east to the docks." Josephine pulled Vale to her feet. The older woman was shaking, her gaze fixed on the dead man's gray cloak, but she did not resist. She followed because following was all she had left. "Go," Josephine said, and pushed Vale ahead of her. Through the low door, into a narrow passage that smelled of damp stone and rotting herbs. Brenna came behind them, a heavy iron candlestick clutched in both hands. The door did not lock. They heard Isel's blade ring against metal from the room they had just left, and then a crash, and then a sound Josephine did not want to name. She kept moving. The passage opened into a walled garden that had once been orderly. Rain fell into untended beds, soaking the gravel path until it turned to mud. The far wall had a wooden gate, warped by weather, the latch rusted half open. Josephine's boots slid as she ran. The parchment was still pressed against her ribs, the whelk seal digging into her palm. She reached the gate, wrenched it open, and stepped into the alley. The market of reeds lay spread before her, the river glinting through the gaps between buildings, gray and swollen and hungry. They ran east. The alley became a lane between two tall buildings, then a stone stair that dropped toward the water. The rain had washed the streets clean of people. No market today, no sellers, no witnesses. Just the slap of rain on stone and the sound of their own breathing. Josephine's lungs burned. Nimre's body was smaller than her old one, less adapted to flight, but she did not slow. Behind them she heard shouting. Not Isel's voice, more than two. "Faster," she said, though she had no breath left. Vale stumbled on the wet stone. Josephine caught her elbow, steadying her, and they kept moving. The docks appeared at the bottom of the street, a sprawl of wooden platforms and moored boats, all of it slick with rain, the river lapping at the pilings. The water was the color of old iron, carrying branches and debris downstream at a pace that made Josephine's stomach turn. She stopped. The sight of it hit her like a physical blow. Lark water, swollen current, the sound of riding ruing enterich, when siles meet today. We cannot cross it. I can. The words came out thin and broken. You cannot. He reached her, stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could see the shadows beneath his eyes. the set of his jaw. I know what happened on the last road, Marvine told me. Istal is still back there. She heard her own voice crack. He took the blade so we could run. Marvine and Vale go with Brenna. The boats are ready. Crispin's hand lifted, hesitated, then settled on her shoulder. I will go back for Istal, but first I need you on the water. She shook her head. I cannot. Look at me. She forced her gaze up from the river. His face was tired and fierce and entirely focused on her. You do not have to be brave, he said. You do not have to be calm. You only have to take my hand and step onto the dock, one step at a time. I will be beside you for every one of them. The river roared in her ears. The rain kept falling. Behind him, she heard shouting again, closer now, and the sound of running feet. He held out his hand. I did not ride 3 days to let you drown in sight of a dock, he said. Take my hand, Nimre, and do not let go. She looked at his hand, at the river, at the parchment still crushed against her chest. She took his hand. His grip was warm and steady, and he did not let go as she took the first step onto the wet planks. The wood shifted beneath her weight, the dark water lapping at the edges, and her vision went white at the edges, but his hand was still there. Second step, he said. She took it. Third. The boat bumped against the dock, and Marvine was already there, reaching out to steady her, and Vale was in the stern with Brenna, and Crispin was still holding her hand, and the river was still dark, and the water was still running, but she was not in it. She was above it. And someone was shouting from the top of the lane, a voice she did not know, and Crispin turned, his hands still around hers, and his face went very still. There are 3 more at the top of the stair, he said, and one of them is holding a torch that is not burning. Josephine followed his gaze. The man at the top of the stair was not Venel's agent. He wore no gray cloak. He was thin, gray-haired, with soft hands and a familiar posture. The steward's clerk. He raised the unlit torch high above his head, and behind him, a line of riders appeared, their cloaks dark and their crests hidden by the rain. He looked directly at Josephine, and he smiled. Chapter 58. The sound of the river swallowed everything. Josephine stood at the edge of the dock with Crispin's hand wrapped around hers, the rain driving hard against her face, the water below her sucking and surging against the pilings. Behind her, the steward's clerk stood at the top of the lane with his unlit torch raised. A line of riders fanned out behind him, their horses steaming in the wet. Don't look at him. Crispin's voice cut through the noise. Look at me. She turned. His face was close, rain streaming down the line of his jaw, the bruise on his cheek going dark at the edges. His grip on her hand was steady. I'm going to walk you onto that boat, he said. 1 plank at a time. You tell me when you need to stop. The steward's clerk, Ansir? I see him. His thumb pressed against the back of her hand. Istal and Marvine will hold the lane. You only need to cross the dock. She looked past him. Istal was already moving, his wounded arm pressed against his side, a short blade in his good hand. Marvine stood at the dock's edge, her hand extended, her face tight with urgency. Vale was in the boat, Brenna behind her, the sealed oath case clutched against Vale's chest. Step 1, Crispin said. She lifted her foot. The plank groaned beneath her weight. The river surged below, dark and hungry, and for a moment she felt the cold again, the weight of the water, the dog's fur against her chest, the last flash of light. Gone. 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 Again. She took another step. The dock narrowed ahead. Marvine's hand was closer now. Behind her, metal clashed. Istal and Marvine will hold the lane. You only need to cross the dock. She looked past him. Istal was already moving, his wounded arm pressed against his side, a line of flame cutting through the rain. Behind him, a rider raised a horn and blew a long, low note that carried across the river. "A signal," Brenna said. "He's telling someone on the far bank." Crispin was already scanning the opposite shore. "How far to the crossing?" "Half a mile downstream," the ferryman said. "But if they have riders on the other side, we'll be pinned at the landing." "We'll take the bank south of the market," Crispin said. "Land where there's cover." The ferryman nodded and adjusted the tiller. The current caught them, swinging the boat sideways, and Josephine grabbed the gunwale as the deck tilted. Water slopped over the side. Vale made a small sound of fear. "Brenna," Crispin said, "the seal on that case, will it hold if we have to swim?" "It will hold against water, but not against a blade." Brenna's voice was steady, but her hands shook as she checked the wax. "If they catch us, cut it open and burn the parchment. Better destroyed than seized." Josephine's hand went to the oath case. "No." "Nimre." "Better destroyed than seized," applied to Vale's life, not to the evidence. If that parchment burned, Vale had crossed 18 years of silence for nothing. "If we land and there are riders, you take Vale and the case. I'll draw them." "No," Crispin said flatly. "You came for the evidence, not for me." "I came for you." His voice was low and hard. "Do not confuse the two." The boat lurched as the ferryman turned hard to starboard, steering toward a gravel bank half hidden behind willows. Josephine would see the landing now, empty, no riders, no torches, nothing but wet stone and overhanging branches. "Clear," the ferryman said, "but not for long. That horn will warn men from both sides." Crispin jumped onto the gravel first, water splashing to his knees, and held out his hand. Josephine passed the oath case to Marvine, steadied herself on the gunwale, and stepped off the boat. Her boots hit stone, solid ground. She did not shake. Crispin took her arm and pulled her up the bank, into the shelter of the willows, where Vale was already on her knees, gasping. Brenna standing over her with the case pressed against her chest. Marvine came last, dripping, a shallow cut on her cheek. "Eastle?" Josephine asked. "Holding the dock." Marvine's voice was tight. He said he would follow if he could. The horn sounded again, closer now, and from somewhere downriver, a second horn answered. "They're moving," Brenna said. "Both banks." Crispin looked at Josephine. His face was unreadable, but his hand found hers again, and he kept hold of it as he turned to the ferryman. "Can you take us north, through the reeds, to the Thornveil road?" "Through the marsh, on foot, yes, but the riders will be at the road before we reach it." "Then we take the marsh." The ferryman nodded once and pointed toward a narrow channel barely visible between the cattails. "Follow that. It will bring you to a hunter's track. From there, 6 miles to the Thornveil road, if you move fast." Josephine looked at Vale, pale and shaking, at Brenna, gray-faced but steady, at Marvine, who was already tying a strip of cloth around her cupped cheek. Then she looked at Crispin. "I can walk 6 miles, she said. He almost smiled. "Good." They moved into the reeds, the boat pulling away behind them, the horns still calling across the river, and the steward's clerk's torch burning on the far bank like a signal fire. Ahead, the marsh stretched dark and silent, and Josephine tied at every step and did not look back. Trapped doctor. J.K. airs during in the sweet found that remembers the foon of Evereason's confet, devouring shared it away. Furch gites engagement right before dawn, and the cost of the march showed on every face. Josephine's boots had worn through at the heel, her calves burned. The marsh had soaked through her wool, through her underlayer, through to the bone, and she had stopped shivering somewhere in the 3rd mile, which she knew from past experience meant her body had simply given up trying to warm itself. Vale walked bent forward, arms wrapped around the oath case, her face gray. Brenna supported her on one side. Marvine kept checking the rear with the quick, trained glances of someone who expected pursuit at any moment. Crispin walked beside Josephine, close enough that she felt his warmth through the wet wool when he shifted direction. His right hand kept going to his belt, where a blade would have hung if he had brought one on the crossing voyage. They had nothing. No horses, no weapons, no supplies. Just the oath case and the road ahead. "Halt," Crispin said. The group stopped, Chester, and stood in the middle of the road, rain running down his face, his wet clothes plastered to his frame. "Those will there wouldn't be up. Recognizes us," Brenna said. "Or he's confirming our position for someone else," Crispin said. "Move. Stay close to the tree line." They pushed into the thin cover of the roadside oaks, branches still bare and offering little concealment. The rider did not follow. He simply turned his horse and rode east, away from Thornveil. "He's not with the clerk," Josephine said. "He would have signaled." "Then he's watching for someone else," Crispin said. "Keep moving." The next hour passed in a rhythm of wet steps and silence. The sky lightened from black to gray, and the first birds began calling from the marsh behind them. Thornveil's outer wall appeared through the mist, pale stone the color of old bone, and Josephine felt something in her chest loosen that she had not realized was tight. Home. She was not supposed to think of it that way. Thornveil was a job, a route, a problem to solve. But the sight of those walls made her breath come easier, and she did not correct herself. The gate was barred. Crispin stopped 10 paces from it and stood in the middle of the road, rain running down his face, his wet clothes plastered to his frame. "Open the gate," he called. A moment of silence. Then a head appeared over the parapet, a young guard, barely more than a boy, staring down with wide eyes. "My lord, we were told you were dead." "Clearly I am not. Open the gate." The boy vanished. Chains rattled. The gate swung inward, and Josephine followed Crispin through the arch into the inner courtyard, where the household had already begun to gather. Tamsin was first down the steps. She took one look at Josephine's soaked dress, her bare hands blue with cold, her cracked lips, and made a sound between a curse and a cry. "Inside. Now. I will have hot water and dry linen in the east chamber in 10 minutes, and do not argue with me." "I need to see Brother Oren first," Josephine said. "You need to not die of cold first." "Tamsin." The senior housekeeper stopped. Her hands were shaking. She looked at Josephine, then at the oath case in Vale's arms, then at Crispin, who stood dripping beside the well with his blood still dark on his sleeve. "What is in the case?" Tamsin asked. "Vale's sworn testimony," Josephine said. "Sealed by chapel authority. Brother Oler needs to enter it under provisional seal before the crown examiner arrives." Tamsin's face did not change, but something shifted in her eyes. A calculation, a weighing. "Brother Oren is in the chapel. He has been there since word reached us that riders were seen on the North Road last night." "Word from who?" "The same rider who brought news of the crown examiner's name." Josephine looked at Crispin. He was already moving toward the chapel. They went in a wet procession through the great hall, past servants who stopped and stared, past Lady Elara Drauk standing in the doorway of the east salon with her fixed smile and her calculating eyes, past a clerk who dropped his papers at the sight of the margrave walking in the clothes of a drowned man. The chapel doors were open. Brother Oren stood at the altar, a lit candle in his hand, as if he had been waiting for them. "I received word," he said. "That is 2 miracles in one day." "I am not a miracle," Crispin said. "I am a man who rode very fast and got very wet." Oren's mouth twitched, but his eyes were fixed on the oath case. "The testimony?" "Yes," Josephine said. Sworn by Vara Ellen, known as Vale, witnessed and sealed by Brenna of the Reeds Chapel. Oren set the candle on the altar and held out his hand. Vale hesitated, then passed him the case. He opened it with the careful reverence of a man handling something sacred, examined the seal, the wax, the writing, then looked at Brenna. Your seal is not of this diocese. It is of the Reed Shrine, recognized by 3 crown offices. It will be vulnerable to challenge, Oren said, but it is admissible. He carried the parchment to the side altar, where a small iron-bound box sat open on the stone. He placed the oath inside, closed the lid, and pressed a fresh seal of his own into the warm wax. Entered under provisional chapel seal, he said. Confirmed before the examiner, it becomes a full record. Unconfirmed, it holds only until the next hearing. How long until the examiner arrives? Josephine asked. Oren turned back to face her. His expression was not fear but something close to it. Tomorrow morning. The word landed like a second blow. The group dispersed to their separate corners. Tamsin forced hot water and dry clothes on all of them. Vale was installed in a locked room with a guard at the door, not a prisoner, but a protected witness. Brenna took a bed in the still room, refusing to sleep further from the oath than she had to. Josephine found herself in Crispin's study, dry for the first time in what felt like days, a cup of tea cooling in her hands, staring at the fire while Crispin sat at his desk with a bandaged arm and the expression of a man who had not slept in 3 days. The examiner's name, she said. You did not ask. I was waiting to learn if you would live long enough to need it. Oren knows. He did not say it in front of the others. Crispin looked at her, and in the firelight the shadows beneath his eyes looked like bruises. Then I suppose we had better find out. They found Brother Oren in a chapel still, sitting in the front pew with his hands clasped, staring at the sealed box on the altar. The writer brought a message from Thornveil's trade factor in the capital, Oren said without turning. The crown appointed a magistrate to oversee the inquiry. Magistrate Lucan Valecourt. Josephine felt the name settle in her chest like a stone. Valecourt, Crispin repeated. I know that name. You should. Oren turned. He was the court clerk who accepted Sabine's petition 18 years ago, the one who let Nimre disappear. The room went still. Josephine looked at Crispin. His face had gone very still the way it did before a storm. Sabine knows, Josephine said. Sabine has known for 3 days. Oren said. She has not left her room since the name arrived. Crispin stood. Then it is time we learned what that name means to her. They walked through the silent corridors to the East Tower, and Joseph counted every step and the fire burned behind them, and the oath case sat on the altar, and nowhere in any of it felt safe. Chapter 60. The gray light of morning slid through the study windows like cold water. Josephine had not slept. She had sat in the chair by the fire while Crispin dozed in his desk chair, head tilted back, breath uneven, the bandage on his arm dark at the edges. She had watched the fire die to ash and the sky pale through the glass, and she had thought about Valecourt, a man who accepted the petition, a man who let Nimre disappear. Now he was coming back. Tamsin found her first, before the sun had fully cleared the ridge. She came through the study door without knocking, a tray in her hands, her face set in lines that meant she had already decided how to move through the day. You look like something dragged through a hedge backward, Tamsin said. Eat. Josephine looked at the tray. Bread, butter, a slice of cold meat, tea. She had no appetite, but she picked up the bread anyway because arguing with Tamsin took more energy than complying. Is he here? Not yet. Tamsin set the tray on the corner of Crispin's desk. The gatewatch sent word. His party spent the night at the Crossroads Inn. They will arrive within the hour. Crispin stirred at the sound of her voice. He opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling, then at Josephine, and something in his face shifted from exhaustion to alertness in a single breath. Tamsin. Margrave. Has anyone told Sabine? I sent a girl to her door at first light. She did not answer. Crispin sat up slowly, testing his arm. The bandage held. Then I will tell her myself. He stood. Josephine stood with him. They walked through Thornveil in the thin morning light. The household was already moving, servants carrying linens, someone sweeping the great hall steps, a boy scrubbing the corridor floor where mud had been tracked through the night before. Everyone looked at Crispin. Everyone looked at Josephine. No one spoke. Sabine's door was closed. Crispin knocked. Silence. He knocked again. Sabine, open the door. A long pause. Then the lock turned and the door opened a handspan. Sabine stood in the gap. She was dressed, her gray hair coiled tight, her gown dark and precise. She looked as if she had not slept either, but she had prepared. Her eyes moved from Crispin to Josephine and back. He is here then, within the hour. Sabine nodded. She pulled the door open fully and stepped into the corridor. I will receive him in the great hall. You knew his name for 3 days, Josephine said. You did not tell us what he wanted. Sabine's mouth tightened. I told you what I knew. The rest I could not be certain of until I saw his face. And now? Now I will know. She walked past them without another word, her steps measured, her spine straight. Josephine watched her go and felt something cold settle in her chest. Valecourt arrived with 12 riders, not 4, not 6, 12. They came up the north road in formation, their horses matched, their gray cloaks clean, their hands soft. Magistrate Lucan Valecourt rode at their head on a pale guldal, his temples gray, his face arranged in an expression of pleasant authority that did not waver when he saw the open gate or the servants gathered in the courtyard. He dismounted before anyone could hold his stirrup. Lady Sabine. He bowed, shallow and correct. It has been a long time. Sabine stood on the steps of the great hall, her hands clasped at her waist, her face unreadable. Magistrate Valecourt. I trust the journey was not too taxing, he said. I was told the roads were difficult. They were, he smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I should like to see the household ledger first, and then the oath register. And then... He turned his head, scanning the faces in the courtyard as if looking for someone he had been told to expect. I should like to speak with the woman called Nimre. Josephine felt the name land like a stone dropped into still water. Crispin stepped forward. I am Margrave Crispin Drennock. You will speak to me before you speak to anyone in my household. Valecourt's smile widened a fraction. Of course, Lord Margrave. I meant no discourtesy, but the Crown's interest is in the succession claim, and the woman at its center is... He paused. A servant, I am told, until recently. Josephine stepped out from behind Crispin. I am here. Valecourt looked at her. The pleasant expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. He studied her face the way a man studied a document he had been warned might contain forgeries. You have her coloring, he said. Jorals, I was told you did. Josephine said nothing. Valecourt inclined his head. I should like to see the ledgers first. Then we will speak properly, you and I, with the witnesses present. That is the procedure. He walked past them into the great hall, and his 12 riders followed, and the sun climbed higher over Thornveil, and nowhere in any of it felt safe. Chapter 61. The great hall felt smaller than it should have. Valecourt sat at the long table where Crispin held household council, his hands flat on the wood, his clerks arranged behind him like matched furniture. The 12 riders had not entered. They stood in the courtyard, visible through the tall windows, their gray cloaks still as the morning light climbed. Josephine stood across from him, Crispin at her shoulder. Sabine seated to the left, her hands clasped, her face empty. Benwick leaned against the far wall. Marvine stood near the doors, near enough to hear, far enough to be overlooked. Tamsin had positioned herself by the service entrance with a tray she had not set down. Valecourt opened the household ledger. He turned pages slowly, his soft fingers tracing entries, his head tilted as if reading poetry. The silence stretched until Josephine felt it in her teeth. "This is well kept," he said. "Your steward's hand?" "Several hands," Crispin said. "The household ledger passes through 3 departments before it reaches my desk." "And you check each entry?" "When I have time." Valecourt nodded. He turned another page, then stopped. "Here. The green order from the Northwatch supply. 100 bushels logged as spoilage." He looked up at Josephine. "Do you know this entry?" "I know the discrepancy," she said. "The grain was not spoiled, it was diverted." "Diverted where?" "I do not know. The forger who certified the spoilage was killed before he could be questioned." Valecourt's expression did not change. He turned another page, then closed the ledger. "You are educated for a maid." The shift felt like a blade slipped between ribs. "I can read and write," Josephine said. "Count, keep accounts." The household needed someone who could manage the stillroom inventory without supervision. "Who taught you?" "Tamsin Giral taught me the basics. I learned the rest by necessity." "A practical education." Valecourt's voice carried no judgment. "But you do not write like someone who learned from a housekeeper. I saw the correction you made on the pantry inventory. The hand is too precise, too consistent." He pulled a folded paper from his coat and opened it. She did not recognize the writing at first. Then she did. It was a note, short, in a hand she had seen on the altar stone warning, on the annotation in the forgotten registry, on every anonymous message that had guided her through the first days of this nightmare. "The door in the east tower has 2 keys. Sabine only knows 1. Valecourt set it on the table between them. Do you know this note?" Josephine's throat closed. "No." "It was found in the old family wing, wedged behind a loose stone in the account room corridor, according to the clerk who discovered it. The same corridor a certain maidservant was seen lingering in several weeks ago, before the succession crisis erupted." He let the words settle. "I am not accusing you of writing it," he said. "I am asking whether you have seen it before." Josephine forced herself to breathe. "I have not." "But you have been in that corridor." "I clean it." "You clean it." Valecourt nodded slowly. "And in the course of cleaning it, you never noticed a loose stone, a hidden niche, a note that had been wedged there long enough for the paper to yellow?" "I did not." He studied her face for a long moment, then folded the note and returned it to his coat. "You understand how this looks?" he said. "A servant who reads above her station? A servant who walks routes no one directed her to walk? A servant who appears at every pressure point in Thornveil's recent history with an answer already prepared?" "I have been doing my work." "Your work?" Valecourt's voice dropped, almost kind. "I read your record. You were assigned to the stillroom 3 years ago, transferred from the lower hall, given additional duties in the account corridor, promoted to senior maid's assistant within 18 months. Every promotion was noted by Lady Sabine's steward. Every transfer passed through her desk." He looked at Sabine. "Is that correct?" Sabine's hands were still clasped. Her face had not moved. "It is. And the child was never seen again. She was raised in the household. Under a different name. A servant's name. Yes. Valecourt nodded slowly. Then he turned back to Josephine. You see my difficulty. The same woman who erased you now claims you as her own. The same woman who asked the crown to make you disappear now presents you as the heir. And you stand here, educated, prepared, perfectly positioned at the exact moment the succession becomes contested. He spread his hands. I am meant to believe this is coincidence? Josephine held his gaze. I am not asking you to believe anything. I am telling you what happened. And if I do not believe you, then the oath testimony we have gathered will speak for itself. Valecourt's smile thinned. The oath testimony witnessed by a shrine keeper in the reeds, sealed with a chapel authority that may or may not be recognized by this diocese. Carried through a river crossing under pursuit, sealed a second time by Brother Oren Pell, who has his own reasons for wanting this succession resolved in your favor. He stood. I will examine the testimony. I will review the ledgers, and I will speak with every witness who has information relevant to this case, including the woman who signed the original erasure petition. He looked at Sabine. I would like to begin with you, Lady Sabine, in private. Crispin stepped forward. Anything you say to her, you say to me. Valecourt's expression did not waver word. Lord Margrave, I am not your enemy. I am the crown's servant, and the crown's interest is in a clean resolution. If the claim is legitimate, I will confirm it. If it is not, I will expose that as well, but I will not be obstructed in the process. He turned toward the door. Lady Sabine. The private chamber off the great hall, now. Sabine rose. She did not look at Josephine. She followed Valecourt through the door, and the door closed behind them, and the silence that followed was worse than any question he had asked. Chapter 62. The door remained closed. Josephine stood where Sabine had left her, the great hall stretching cold and empty around them. Crispin had not moved either, his hands still raised as if he might reach for the door and tear it open. How long? She asked. 18 years ago, Crispin said. His voice was flat. When I was still at the border. She wrote to the crown without telling anyone, without telling me. You knew about the petition? I knew she had done something. I did not know she had used Valecourt. The silence stretched. The fire in the great hearth had burned low, orange embers shifting in the grate. Then the door opened. Sabine emerged alone. Her face was pale, her iron-gray hair still perfectly coiled, but her hands hung loose at her sides, like she had forgotten what to do with them. She looked at Josephine. He offered me a choice. Again, Crispin said. It was not a question. Sabine's mouth tightened. Again. Josephine felt the words settle in her chest like stones. Explain it. Sabine walked past them to the great hearth, stood with her back to the fire. The light caught the thin burn scar along her wrist. 18 years ago, I went to the Crown's succession office with a petition to erase Nimre's birth record. I expected clerks, fees, and a sealed file that would never be opened again. Instead, I was brought before a magistrate I did not know. Her hands stilled. Valecourt was young then, 30 perhaps. He read the petition in full, placed me 3 questions about the child's welfare, the father's intent, and the danger that necessitated the erasure. I answered each one. He signed the order with his own hand and said 2 words to me before I left. Sabine looked at Josephine. You are right. A hidden child is kinder than a succession hunt. The quiet that followed was thick with everything Sabine had not said. He was the one, Josephine said. The one who made it legal. Yes, and he is here now to undo it. Sabine shook her head, a slow, deliberate motion. He is here to offer the same bargain. Crispin stepped forward. What bargain? He will accept the oath testimony as sufficient. He will file a finding that the claim is legitimate, that Nimre Drennock is the daughter of Thomas Drennock and Mara Jorlil, and that the erasure was a protective measure made in good faith. Sabine paused. In exchange for crown custody of the succession brief. The words hung in the air like smoke. Custody, Crispin repeated. He will place the claim under crown administration until the succession can be settled without undue household influence. Sabine's voice carried the bitterness of someone repeating terms she had already argued. Josephine will be moved to a crown holding. The estate will be managed by appointed stewards. Thornveil will remain Drennock in name, but the authority will pass to the Crown's Regency office for the duration of the review. How long? Josephine asked. Until the succession is resolved. He did not give a timeline. Years, at least. Crispin turned away, one hand braced against the table edge, his bandaged arm pulled tight against the movement. And if we refuse? Sabine's face did not change. He will open every contradiction in public, the altered ledger, the cut page, the East Tower note, the questionable seal on the oath testimony, your journey through the reeds, the death of the rider who certified the grain order, the attack on the shrine, every inconsistency, every gap, every moment that can be made to look like a fabrication. She looked at Josephine. He will make you the creature of a conspiracy, and he will do it so thoroughly that even those who believe you will not be able to prove otherwise. Because he wrote the original order, Josephine said. Because he wrote the original order, Sabine agreed, and he knows exactly which seams to pull. The fire popped, sending a spark against the stone. He always planned this, Crispin said. Sabine did not answer immediately. I think he always planned to be in a position to offer this choice. Whether he engineered the events that led here, or simply recognized the opportunity when it arrived, I cannot say. But you suspect. I suspect everything, Sabine said. That is how I have survived. Josephine pressed her palms flat against her thighs to stop her hands from shaking. What happens if I accept? You will be taken from Thornveil, placed in a crown holding under Valecourt's supervision. The succession will be decided by clerks and magistrates who have never seen this house. And if I refuse? Then he will destroy your credibility in front of every witness who matters, and the claim will be dismissed as a fabrication. You will remain here, but you will be legally no one, and the crown will have grounds to appoint an administrator over the estate regardless. Either way, Thornveil loses. Sabine said nothing. Crispin turned back from the table. And you, he said, what does he want from you? Sabine met his gaze. He wants my silence. He said the inquiry would proceed more smoothly if I did not contradict the record, as I did not contradict it 18 years ago. Your silence were his mercy. I have already accepted worse bargains. Josephine looked at the two of them, Sabine standing before the fire, Crispin dressed against the table, and herself caught between them. He knows, she said. Both of them looked at her. He knows I have Mara Jorl's coloring. He knew my mother's face. He knew the petition before he arrived. He is not investigating. He is executing a plan. Sabine's mouth pressed into a thin line. Yes. Then the question is not whether to accept his bargain, Josephine said. The question is what he gains if we refuse. She took a breath. Because he did not come here to offer a deal. He came here to make us choose which loss we will accept. Crispin's jaw tightened. Then we do not choose. Josephine looked at him. We cannot fight 12 riders. We cannot fight crowd authority. We cannot produce a perfect record that has already been tampered with. Then we fight with what we have. And if that is not enough, he held her gaze, then he will have to take her through me. Sabine made a sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a sob. Brave words, she said. They will not hold against a crown seizure order. Then give me something that will. The two of them stared at each other across the space between hearth and table. Sabine's hand moved to her wrist. The small burn scar caught the firelight. Valecourt accepted the petition because I promised something in return, she said. Not in writing, not in any record that exists. She let the silence stretch. I told him the child was dead. Josephine felt the fluffa drop beneath her. You told him? That you died of fever 3 months after the erasure. That the household buried you in an unmarked grave. That there was nothing left to pursue. Crispin's hand slammed against the table. You lied to the crown. I buried the truth 18 years ago, Sabine said, and now he knows I buried it because I presented her alive. She looked at Josephine, and for the first time her composure cracked. He does not want custody of the claim. He wants proof that I lied to the crown. Because if I lied about that, I can be made to lie about anything. And he can use that to dissolve every legal instrument I have ever signed. Chapter 63. Crispin moved before anyone could speak again. He crossed the room, pulled the door open, and stood in the frame with his bandaged arm braced against the wood. Oren, he said. The gallery, now. His voice carried no room for questions. He looked at Josephine. You too. She followed because following was faster than asking. Sabine came behind her, and before Josephine reached the corridor, she heard Crispin give orders to a counting guard. Benwick, Tamsin, Marvine, bring them. The gallery stretched in cold stone, lined with Drennock faces in oil and shadow. The late margrave hung at the far end, painted in his prime, dark-haired and unsmiling. Marjoral's portrait had been returned to its place beside him, the cleaned nameplate catching the taper light. Crispin stopped beneath his father's gaze. The crown has a magistrate in my house, who wants my household dissolved and my people scattered to clerks, he said. I will not allow that to happen by silence. Benwick arrived first, coat still damp, hair unbrushed. He took position against the far wall without speaking. Tamsin came through the side door, with a candle she did not set down. Marvine entered last, her sleeves still wet from the marsh journey, a cut on her chin that must have come from the marsh thorns. They gathered in a loose arc beneath the portraits. Sabine stood apart, her hands clasped, her face a careful blank. Valecourt has offered a bargain, Crispin said. Acceptance means crown custody of the succession brief, and Josephine moved to a holding. Refusal means he destroys her credibility and appoints an administrator anyway. Those are not choices, Benwick said. Then give me a third one. Benwick looked at Josephine. The look held something she could not name, not quite calculation, not quite warning. The third option, he said slowly, is to contest him on jurisdiction. He is a magistrate, not a crown tribunal. He can recommend, but he cannot seize without a countersigned warrant. Which he will have within a week if we do not act, Brother Oren said from the doorway. He had come silently, his robe brushing the stone. The Crown's succession office keeps blank seizure orders pre-signed for remote hearings. They are designed for exactly this situation, a contested house with no sitting authority to contradict the magistrate. Then we contradict him before the warrant arrives, Josephine said, every face turned toward her. Valecourt's power depends on isolation, she said. He arrived with 12 riders, examined the ledgers alone, questioned me alone. He has controlled every room, every interview, every timeline, because no one has forced him to operate in the open. Force him into what? Sabine said. A hearing with witnesses who are not afraid of him. The household is afraid of him. They saw 12 riders. They heard he has crown authority. Then we give them something larger to be afraid of. Josephine stepped forward until she stood beneath her mother's portrait, the clean nameplate gleaming at her shoulder. Valecourt wants the choice to happen in private, because private choices cannot be witnessed. If we take this into the public chamber, if we call every witness, every servant, every neighbor who saw Margrave arrive at Thornveil, we make him destroy us in daylight. He will still destroy you, Sabine said. Then let him do it where people will see. Crispin watched her. The shadows beneath his eyes had deepened into bruises, but his gaze had not softened. That means we burn every bridge, he said. If we lose in a public hearing, the Crown appoints an administrator the same day. Thornveil ceases to be ours. Thornveil ceases to be yours the day Valecourt files that seizure order with or without a hearing. The silence stretched. Marvine broke it. She is right. Everyone looked at her. She stood at the edge of the group, her hands loose at her sides, her chin held high. I grew up in houses that surrendered to magistrates because they believed resistance would be punished, she said. The punishment came anyway, and the houses fell anyway. Easy for a droll to say, Benwick said. Your house is not the one on the table. No, Marvine agreed, but my house is the one that will inherit your trade routes if Thornveil collapses. I would rather inherit an ally than a vacancy. Benwick's gaze did not waver. 2 days to file a counter-petition through chapel channels that Valecourt cannot intercept. 2 days to reach a diocesan and authority who outranks a magistrate. 2 days to give Brother Oren time to validate the oath testimony with a seal that cannot be questioned. Oren's eyes narrowed. You are asking me to bypass standard chapel procedure. I am asking you to treat this as a siege, not a review. Oren looked at Crispin. Magistrate Valecourt's authority is real, he said. If we contest him with an accelerated counterpetition, and if Benwick's contact delays the warrant, and if the diocesan authority accepts our filing before Valecourt can object, we have a window. Narrow, dangerous. How narrow? 48 hours, perhaps less. Crispin turned back to Benwick. You would do this. I would. Why? Benwick looked at Josephine. Because I have spent 3 years building a position that does not depend on any one outcome, he said. But if she falls, the Crown Administrator who replaces us will audit every trade agreement I have signed. And I have signed agreements that will not survive an audit. The truth landed like a blade. Josephine looked at him and saw the calculation beneath the charm, the smile that had never quite reached his eyes, the careful distance he had kept from every emotional appeal. You are not doing this for me, she said. I am doing this for Thornveil. For the moment, those are the same thing. He held her gaze. But I will support you publicly if you can survive one more revelation. The room contracted. What revelation? Crispin's voice had gone flat. Benwick's hand moved to his coat. He pulled out a folded paper, creased and travel-worn, sealed with a wax crest Josephine had never seen. I found this waiting at the Crossroads Inn when I rode out to meet Valecourt's party, he said. It was addressed to me, it was not signed. He held it out. It names the person who has been feeding information to the conspirator for the last 3 years, and it names the person who cut the page from the oath register. Josephine took the paper. Her fingers were steady, but she could feel the tremor moving up her arms. She broke the seal. The handwriting was precise, neat, unfamiliar. A single paragraph, a name at the bottom. She read it once. She read it again. The room waited. Josephine looked up and met Benwick's eyes. This cannot be right. I had the same reaction. Who? Crispin said. Josephine turned the paper toward him. The name on the page was the one person she had never considered, the one face that had watched her from every corridor, the one voice that had warned her and fed her and dressed her in service grey. Tamsin Jorel, Chapter 64. The letter trembled in Josephine's hand. Tamsin Jorel. The name sat on the page like a stone dropped into still water, rings spreading outward, touching every memory she had reshaped since waking in this body. Tamsin teaching her to fold linen. Tamsin warning her about the old family wing. Tamsin bringing hot water at dawn, dry clothes, a gray gown tailored to fit a woman who no longer knew what she was. Who wrote this? I told you, Benwick said. It was waiting at the Crossroads Inn, sealed, addressed to me. And you believe it? I believe someone wanted me to have it. Crispin took the letter from her fingers. His jaw tightened as he read, the muscle moving beneath the graying stubble he had not shaved since the ride north. This is convenient, he said. Convenient for whom? Marvine's voice cut across the gallery. The person who wrote it, or the person it names? Benwick turned toward her with a look Josephine had never seen on his face before, something between respect and warning. I have spent 3 years watching Thornveil from the corner of my eye, he said. I have tracked every inconsistency, every shifted paper, every face that appeared in the wrong corridor at the wrong hour. I did not want it to be Tamsin. But you suspected her? I suspected everyone. The room breathed. Josephine looked across the arc of faces. Crispin stood with his bandaged arm crossed over his chest, the letter still in his hand. Marvine had moved closer to the door, her wet sleeves dripping onto the stone. Brother Oren had not moved from his position near the portrait of Thomas Drennock, hands clasped, watching. Sabine sat apart, her gray head bowed, offering nothing. And Tamsin. Tamsin stood at the edge of the candlelight, thick fingers still holding the candle she had carried in, her face carved from the same stone as the walls. Say something, Josephine said. Tamsin looked at her, the candle flame moved in her breath. I have nothing to say. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. The words landed like a door closing. Crispin's hand tightened on the paper. You are telling us you have been feeding information to the conspirator for 3 years. You cut the page from the oath register. You told Venel's men where to find Vale's charm. And you have nothing to say. I am telling you, Tamsin said, that you do not know what I have done, what I have not done, or what I was forced to do. And until you do, my words mean nothing. The silence that followed was worse than her denial would have been. Benwick stepped forward, hands open. Tamsin has been in Thornveil longer than any of us, he said. She served my father. She served Sabine. She taught Nimre to walk the corridors without being seen. If she was the informant, she did not act alone, and she did not act from malice. Then from what? Marvine said. From whatever threat was placed in front of her. Tamsin's throat moved. She did not speak. Josephine felt the room tilt. The shape of the conspiracy had always been a silhouette, a face in shadow, a hand moving papers in the dark. She had imagined a stranger, a court agent, a rival claimant's servant. She had never imagined the woman who had dressed her in service gray. You knew, she said. Every time you warned me about the corridors, about the East Tower, about who to trust, you knew who was watching. I knew someone was watching, and you did not tell me who. I did not know who. I still do not. The answer was too quick, too clean. Josephine stepped closer. The distance between them narrowed until she could feel the fine tremor in Tamsin's hand, the way the candle flame shook. You cut the page from the oath register, she said. You held the blade. You know whose orders you are following. Tamsin's eyes met hers. I cut the page, she said, because if I did not, someone else would have. And that person would have left a trail that led to Vale before she was ready to be found. The room went still again. You cut the page, Crispin said slowly, to protect Vale. To buy time. The conspirator wanted the register removed entirely, destroyed. I offered a compromise. 1 page, 1 gap. Something that would satisfy them long enough for me to warn Sabine that the net was closing. Did you warn her? I tried. Tamsin's voice cracked at the edges. She would not listen. Sabine looked up. Her face was gray, her eyes hollow. You told me the records were secure. They were, until someone else learned where they were kept. Who? Tamsin's mouth opened, closed. I do not know their face. I have never seen their face. The instructions came through a dead drop in the wine cellar, sealed with the Tower on Bare Stone crest. The same crest on Benwick's letter. Josephine turned to Benwick. The same crest. Yes. So whoever wrote this letter, Marvine said, knew Tamsin's name, knew her role, and deliberately exposed her to Benwick. To divide us, Crispin said, to turn us against each other while Valecourt moves. The room understood in the same breath. Josephine looked at Tamsin. You have been playing both sides. I have been trying to stay alive long enough to see this house survive. And the page you cut, where is it now? Tamsin's face changed. Something flickered, doubt or calculation, or fear. I gave it to the person who told me to cut it. You do not know their face, but you gave them the page. I left it in the dead drop, same as always. Then the conspirator has the original oath page, Crispin said, the one that names Nimre as Thomas Drennock's child, the one Sabine filed 18 years ago. Tamsin nodded, the weight of it pressed down like a stone ceiling. What else did they take? Before Tamsin could answer, a sound cut through the gallery from the great hall beyond. Boots. Many of them. Moving in unison. Crispin turned. His hand went to the blade at his hip, a reflex honed by years of border patrol. Stay here. He crossed the gallery in 4 long strides, pulled the door open, and stepped into the hall. The boots grew louder. Josephine followed before she could think, her own feet carrying her through the doorframe and into the corridor beyond, where the morning light fell gray through the tall windows. 12 gray-cloaked riders stood in a line across the great hall floor. Valecourt stood at their center, his pale girdle nowhere in sight, his hands folded before him. He was not smiling. Margrave Drennock, he said. I am afraid a timeline has changed. Crispin did not slow. He walked straight toward the magistrate, boots striking stone, bandaged arm held tight against his ribs. On whose authority? Valecourt produced a folded parchment from his coat, sealed with red wax, the chain of office hanging from his wrist. By order of the Crown's Succession Office, effective immediately, I am placing the Chappie Archive under seal pending full investigation. All records pertaining to the Thornveil bloodline, the oath register, and any supplemental documentation will be removed to Crown custody for examination. You cannot seize a consecrated archive without diocesan consent. I can, when the Crown's Succession Office has reason to believe the records have been tampered with. Valecourt's gaze moved past Crispin, found Josephine in the doorway, and held. And we have reason. The riders stepped forward. Josephine felt the cold draft from the great hall doors wash across her face, carrying the smell of melt horse and iron. Tamsin still stood in the portrait gallery behind her, candle burning low, her name and ink on a letter that had arrived too late to matter. The archive was about to fall, and Josephine had 48 hours to find the truth before the last door closed. Chapter 65. The 12 gray-cloaked riders did not slow when Crispin stepped into their path. They parted around him like water around stone, 3 peeling left, 3 right, the remaining 6 halting at the base of the chapel steps. Their boots struck the flagstones in unison, a sound that belonged on a parade ground, not in a household corridor. Valecourt walked through their center, his soft hands folded, his face pleasant and empty. The seal is crown property, Margrave Drennock. You may witness the removal or you may obstruct it. Choose quickly. Crispin's hand went to his blade. You set foot in that archive without a diocesan's witness, and I will have you removed from my house. Your house. Valecourt tilted his head. Your house, which I am here to preserve, if the succession can be proven. If not, your house becomes crown stewardship, and you become a guest in your own great hall until the inquiry concludes. Josephine stepped forward before she could stop herself. The chapel review is not yet invoked, Valecourt said smoothly, and cannot be invoked by a lay petitioner without a sitting cleric to receive the appeal. Brother Oren moved past her shoulder. He was not running, he was not hurrying. He walked with the unhurried precision of a man who had spent 30 years measuring his steps through consecrated stone. The riders did not block him. Perhaps they did not know what to make of a man in chapel robes, who seemed entirely unafraid of crown authority. I am a sitting cleric, Oren said, and I am standing at the threshold of my archive. Valecourt's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fraction of a degree toward wariness. Brother Oren Pell, I read your countersignature on the oath testimony. I wondered how long it would take you to appear. I was not aware my appearance was timed to your convenience. Valecourt's smile returned, thin and practiced. The archive is under crown seal. You cannot enter. I do not need to enter. Oren reached into his robe and produced a key, not iron but brass, the size of his palm, worn to a dull gleam by years of use. I only need to stand at the door and refuse to unlock it. You would defy a crown order. I would follow canon procedure, which grants a chapel authority 48 hours to review an archive before secular transfer when the petitioning cleric can demonstrate evidence of ongoing ecclesiastical process. Orn held up the key. I've been examining the Thornveil bloodline records for 6 weeks. That constitutes ongoing process. The crown can have the archive in 2 days, not before. Valecourt studied him. The silence stretched long enough for the riders to shift, their gray cloaks rustling like wings resettling. 2 days, Valecourt said. 48 hours from now. Then I will have my men secure the chapel perimeter. No one enters, no one leaves. And at the end of 48 hours, I will collect every page in that building, whether Brother Oren Pell has finished his examination or not. He turned, crisp and unhurried, and walked back through the great hall toward the main doors. The riders followed. One stayed. The youngest, Josephine noticed, 17, perhaps 18, his hand trembled in instant of his sword. He looked at Oren, then at the key, then at the seal already affixed to the chapel door. Then he turned and walked after the others, his boots too loud on the stone. The great hall emptied. Crispin let his hand drop from his blade. 2 days. 52 hours, if we count the time it will take Valecourt to secure a diocesan's override. But I would not rely on the extra 4. Oren pocketed the key with the same deliberate care he had used to produce it. We have until dawn after next, possibly less. Then we find the Margrave's private correspondence, Josephine said. She turned, the words arriving before she had fully decided to speak them. Tamsin knew the old housekeeper, the one who served Thomas Drennock directly. She told me once that the Margrave kept a desk, locked, one that never appeared in any household inventory. Crispin's head came up. Where? I do not know, but Tamsin does. She looked toward the portrait gallery door. Tamsin still stood where they had left her, by the burned-down candle, her thick fingers pressed flat against the table's edge. No one had arrested her. No one had dismissed her. She had simply been left behind when the Great surged into the Great Hall to meet Valecourt. Josephine walked back into the gallery. Tamsin did not look up. "The Margrave's private desk," Josephine said. "The one that never went into the inventory. Where is it?" Tamsin's throat moved. "Buried." "Buried where?" "Behind the false back of the wardrobe in the old Margrave's bedchamber. The wardrobe that has not been moved in 20 years because everyone believed it was built into the wall." "Why did you not tell us this before?" "Because the desk belonged to a dead man, and the letters inside it belonged to the dead man, and I thought if his secrets stayed buried, they could not be used to bury the rest of us." Tamsin's voice cracked. "I was wrong." Crispin had followed. He stood in the doorway. Chapter 66. The corridor narrowed as they climbed. Thornveil's upper floors had always felt older than the rest of the house. The plaster darker, the air stiller, as if the building remembered what it had been before the Drennocks paneled it into respectability. Josephine had passed the Margrave's bedchamber door twice since waking in Nimre's body. She had never stopped to look at it. The seal was still intact. Red wax, the old Margrave's personal crest, a tower with the Drennock eagle rising above it. Crispin stood before it, with his bandaged arm pressed against his ribs, not touching the door. "I was 14 when he died," he said. "They told me the room would be sealed until the succession was certain. Then it became certain, and I forgot to unseal it." Tamsin stood a pace behind him, her thick fingers linked in front of her apron. "You did not forget, my lord." Crispin's jaw tightened. "No, I did not forget." Isthil arrived with a pry bar and a lantern. He did not ask permission. He simply positioned himself at the doorframe, waiting. Crispin broke the seal with his bare hand. The wax cracked cleanly, a single clean fracture through the eagle's wing. He pushed the door open. The room inside smelled of dust, lavender, and something older, wool and wood, and the particular stillness of a space that had not felt breath in years. The bed was made. A coat hung over the back of a chair. A cup sat on the bedside table, empty, undisturbed, as if the man who had left it there might walk back in at any moment. The wardrobe stood against the far wall. It was massive, dark oak carved with the same Drennock eagle, built low and wide enough that the eye accepted it as architecture rather than furniture. Josephine crossed to it. The wood felt cold through her fingers. "Where?" Tamsin moved past her and pressed her palm flat against the wardrobe's inner back panel, 3 hand widths from the left edge. Nothing happened. Then she pressed again, higher, and the panel slid sideways with a scrape of wood on wood. Behind it was a gap. Crispin reached into the dark and found the desk's iron handle. He pulled. The desk came forward on hidden runners, small, iron-bound, the lock plate crusted with old tarnish. It did not have a keyhole. "Pressure latch," Istil said, from the doorway. He had not entered the room. His voice carried no judgment, only observation. The old Margrave built things to be opened by hand, not by iron. Crispin slid his fingers along the desk's underside. The latch clicked. The lid rose. Inside were letters. They were stacked in neat piles, tied with waxed thread, each bundle ladled in a hand Josephine recognized from the household ledger. The late Margrave's hand. Precise, elegant, afraid. Crispin lifted the first bundle. "To my son Crispin, should I die before the succession is settled?" His voice cracked on the word son. He did not open it. He set it aside and reached for the next, then the next. Trade agreements. Correspondence with the crown. A sealed envelope marked with a single word. Harrowmire. Beneath them all, separate from the rest, lay a single sheet of paper, folded but not sealed, unfinished. Crispin picked it up. The ink was dark at the beginning, then faded toward the bottom, as if the writer had been interrupted or had lost the will to continue. Crispin, if you are reading this, the archive has been opened and the question of Nimre has surfaced. I am sorry I was not brave enough to tell you while I lived. I was afraid that Noah might make you a target, and I was already losing one child to Harrowmire's reach. I could not lose another. The girl is mine. Mara's child. Sabine's solution was brutal but necessary. If Harrowmire had found proof of a Drennock by blow, they would have used her to fracture the house from within. I told myself I protected her by letting Sabine bury her name. I told myself many things. I have kept every letter that passed between Harrowmire's agents and the court faction that wanted Thornveil weakened. They are in this desk, and they will show you that my fear was not groundless. But fear is not the same as virtue, and I have spent 3 years wondering whether I chose safety because it was right, or because it was easier. The ink thinned. If you are reading this, Nimre has surfaced, and you must decide what kind of Drennock you will be. I was the kind who accepted a lie because it kept the house standing. I hope you are braver than me. The letter ended. No signature, no closing. Crispin stared at the final line. Josephine reached past him and lifted the bundle marked Harrowmire. The letters inside were dated across 6 years, the earliest postmarked before Nimre's birth, the latest 6 months before the old margrave's death. She opened the top one. To the Margrave of Thornveil. We have been patient. The crown has been patient, but patience is not abandonment, and we have not forgotten the child whose name was erased. When the time comes, we will produce witnesses, records, and a lineage claim that will make a mockery of your sealed succession. You may bury a truth, but you cannot kill it. It was signed with a tower on bare stone. Josephine leaked up. Tamsin. The housekeeper met her eyes. He knew. All of it. The conspirators' network, Harrowmire's patience, the court faction waiting for the right moment. Josephine's voice stayed level. He knew, and he left the proof in a desk he expected Crispin to find. Tamsin's throat moved. Then why did he seal the room? The question hung in the dust-thick air. Crispin answered. Because he hoped Crispin would never need to open it. He folded the unfinished letter and put it inside his coat. There is more, he said. At the bottom of the desk, a bundle sealed in oilcloth. Josephine knelt and reached in her. Her fingers found the oilcloth, rough and stiff with age. She lifted it out. The cloth was tied with a leather cord. When she worked the knot free and unfolded the layers, a single sheet of parchment lay inside, covered in the same precise hand. But this one was not a letter. It was a sworn affidavit, dated the same week as Nimre's erasure. I, Thomas Drennock, Margrave of Thornveil, do hereby affirm that the child known as Nimre, born to Mara Jorel, is my natural daughter and blood heir. This affidavit is to be held in trust by my son, Crispin Drennock, and opened only in the event of a contested succession. I have accepted the erasure of her name to preserve her life. I do not accept that erasure as just. Below it, his signature. Below that, the seal of a chapel witness. Brother Oren Pell. Josephine read the date again. 3 years before the old Margrave died. He had sworn this affidavit while Crispin was still a boy, while Sabine was still managing the household lie, while the conspiracy was still gathering its threads. He had sworn it and hidden it in a desk he expected his son to find. And then he had sealed the room. Brother Oren knows, Crispin said. He has known since my father wrote this. Josephine folded the affidavit carefully, her hands steady even though her pulse was not. Then Oren is not the conspirator. No. Then the conspirator is someone who has been working against all of this for years. Someone who knew about the desk. Someone who wanted it to stay sealed. Tamsin's face went gray. The room was sealed for 3 years. No one entered it. Someone did not need to enter it, Josephine said. They only needed to know it existed. She looked at the oilcloth in her hands, then at the unfinished letter in Crispin's coat. Which means the conspirator knows what we just found. The dust shifted in the light. Somewhere below, a door closed. Chapter 67. They gathered in the chapel alcove as dusk bled through the narrow windows. The affidavit and letters spread across the altar stone like a hand of cards too dangerous to play, but too valuable to fold. Brother Oren read the affidavit twice. The first time with his face unreadable, the second with something close to grief. I witnessed this, he said. I remember. He came to me at midnight, already sealed in his study clothes. He said he needed a record that would outlast his courage. Crispin stood at the window, his back to them. You never told me. He asked me not to. He said if you knew the truth before you had to use it, you would carry it wrong. He wanted you to find it when you needed it, not when it was safe. The chapel bell tower creaked in the wind. Josephine looked at the Herrweimer letters, 6 years of threats that had driven Thomas Drennock to bury his own daughter in paperwork. Can we file it? She asked. The counterpetition. Using the affidavit. Oren nodded slowly. The affidavit is a formal blood oath witnessed by a sitting cleric. It has more weight than any magistrate's claim, but it must arrive at the diocesan registry before Valecourt secures his override. How long do we have? 12 hours, maybe less if he already sent for the override before he left. Marvine stepped forward from the shadows. Then we send a messenger now. Fast horse? The chapel route through Northwood cuts 6 miles off the main road. Northwood is unguarded, Benwick said from the doorway. No patrols, no signal towers, 1 rider alone. Then send 2 riders. The second rider does not protect the first. It doubles the chance someone talks. Josephine listened to them argue, her eyes still on the affidavit. Thomas Drennock had written this 3 years before his death. The same week Sabine had gone to the crown to erase Nimre's name. He had known what Sabine was doing. He had let her do it, and he had hidden the proof of what she buried. Do not ask their permission, Sabine said quietly. Josephine looked up. Sabine stood against the far wall, arms crossed, her face a mask of exhaustion. Your father spent 3 years debating whether to leave this desk open or sealed forever. He chose to hide the key and hope you would never need it. Do not ask permission from people who have spent their lives choosing safety. Crispin turned from the window. The messenger leaves in 10 minutes. Isel has already saddled a horse. Josephine folded the affidavit and placed it in Oren's hands. Take it to the bishop yourself if you have to. Use every seal you carry. Oren wrapped the parchment in oilcloth and secured it with leather cord. I will write the petition here, witnessed by the chapel seal. The messenger carries a sealed copy. I carry the original. 2 copies leaving by separate routes, Crispin said. If one falls, the other still moves. Benwick stepped away from the door. I will watch the east road. If Valecourt has riders watching the approaches, someone needs to know before the messenger reaches open ground. Marvine followed him without being asked. The alcove emptied. Josephine stayed at the altar while Oren wrote, his quill scratching against the parchment in the dying light. The words took form in careful ecclesiastical hand. To the diocesan authority of the Northern Reach. Petition from the Margrave of Thornveil for protection of succession under canon law. attested by sworn blood affidavit of the late margrave Thomas Drennock, witnessed by brother Oren Pell of the Chapel of St. Thorn, countersigned by the current margrave Crispin Drennock and the acknowledged blood heir Nimre Drennock. "It is clean," Oren said when he finished. "Clean enough the bishop cannot ignore it." He sealed the copy with chapel wax and pressed his seal into the warm surface. The impression was sharp and clear. Tamsin appeared at the sacristy door with a leather satchel. "Waterproof lining. I lined it myself." Oren placed the sealed petition inside. He handed it to a young groom waiting at the side door, a boy of 17 with a narrow face and steady hands. "Ride to Northwood Chapel," Oren said. "Give this to the deacon. Tell him it is a blood crisis petition and must reach the bishop before dawn." The boy nodded once and vanished into the dark. They waited. The chapel fell quiet. The wind picked up, rattling the shutters. Rain began to fall in thin, cold sheets against the stone. Josephine counted her breaths. She had no idea how long it would take the boy to reach Northwood, whether the deacon would ride at once or wait until morning, whether the bishop would open a sealed petition from a dead margrave's cleric or set it aside for the regular post. Beside her, Crispin stood with his hand on his belt, his bandaged arm held stiff against his ribs. "You can step the bester with your high, then stubble unto me," and actually his room, powering about us stressed. Chapter 68. The silence in the chapel did not break. It curdled. Josephine stood at the window with rain on her face, and the groom's deck sitting in her chest like a stone she could not cough up. 17 years old. A boy who had not lived long enough to learn how to refuse an order. Isel had not moved from the doorway. His bandaged arm hung dark with wet. They knew the exact turn. They did not chase. They waited. "They knew the route," Crispin said. His voice was flat. "Someone told them which road he would take." Oren set the original affidavit on the altar with hands that shook. "Only the people in this room knew about the Northwood route." Sabine said nothing. She stood against the wall where she had been since Ixel's return, her arms crossed, her face a mask of exhaustion so complete it looked hollowed. "Then we find out which one of us is still carrying water for the conspirator," Benwick said from the doorway. He had come back from the east road. His coat was soaked. His hair clung to his face. He looked at each of them in turn, and the assessment in his eyes was not hostile. It was surgical. "No one in this room ordered that boy killed," Marvine said. She stood near the door with her hand pressed to the cut on her chin. But something in her face had shifted. The exhaustion had not lifted. It had sharpened into something harder. "Hales served Thornveil for 37 years, she said. "I dismissed him 6 months before Thomas died. He knew every passage, every grate, every dead drop in this house. He built half of them." "And you did not think to mention this?" Benwick's voice was cold. "I thought he was dead." "When did you last see him?" 8 years ago. When I sent him north with a sealed severance and a pension that would keep him for the rest of his life." Josephine watched Sabine's face. The mask was cracking, not with guilt, with the particular horror of someone realizing they had left a door open without knowing it. "Where did he go?" "Northwood." The name landed like a third stone. "The same northward where the messenger was shot," Crispin said. His voice was quiet. "The same Northwood where the conspirators' riders were waiting." Sabine said nothing. Josephine moved past her, out of the sacristy, into the main chapel where the rain was still driving against the shutters. The groom's deck was not the conspirators' first move. It was a cleanup operation. Someone had been selling information for longer than Tamsin had been cutting pages. She thought about the household timings. The messenger had been dispatched at a specific moment. The conspirator had known the exact turn. The conspirator had known the exact road. That meant someone inside Thornveil had watched the messenger leave and passed the information to someone outside. Who had eyes on the stable between the time we chose the Northwood route and the time the boy left? Crispin followed her, thinking. Every servant who works the yard. Too many. Then narrow it. Who had a reason to be watchy after dark in the rain, at a moment when no one else was supposed to be moving? Josephine turned. The under-butler. Marvine frowned. The one who oversees the night staff? He works the evening watch. He logs every door that opens after supper. He knows when people come and go because it is his job to know. Tamsin's expression shifted. Jonas, he has been night under butler for 12 years. Quiet, competent, never late, never sick, never anything. Where is he now? His quarters over the scullery. Josephine was already moving. The scullery stairs were narrow and unlit. She took them without waiting for a candle, her hand on the damp stone wall, her boots finding the worn centers of each step by muscle memory. Behind her, she heard Crispin's tread, then Cell's heavier footfall, then the rustle of Marvine's skirts. The door at the top of the stairs was closed. Josephine knocked. Silence. Jonas opened the door. A pause, then the sound of a bolt sliding. The door opened 6 inches. The man inside was young, younger than she had expected, late 20s, narrow-shouldered, with the kind of face that was built to be overlooked. His eyes were red, not from crying, from not sleeping. You found my name, he said. I found your trail. He stepped back and let the door swing open. The room was small. A cot, a chair, a table with a candle burned down to a stub. A leather purse sat on the table beside a folded letter. You want to know about the messenger? Jonas said. You want to know who told them which road? Yes. He sat down on the edge of the cot, his hands hung between his knees. I have been selling fragments for 18 months. Small things. The Margrave's travel plans. The household ledger totals. The night the steward's clerk left Thornveil without telling anyone. Who did you sell to? Sabine's old steward, Eldrick Hales. The name again. He came to me in the kitchen yard one evening. Said he needed eyes inside Thornveil. Said the crown was going to investigate the succession and they needed to know what the household knew before the magistrate arrived. He told you the crown was tidying records. He told me the crown was trying to prevent a war, that someone had been feeding false information to the border houses and they needed to clean the books before it spilled into open conflict. Jonas looked up. His eyes were tired. He said no one would die. He said they just needed to know who was loyal and who was not. And you believed him. I was paid in silver, enough to cover a debt my father left when he died. I did not ask questions because I could not afford to ask questions. Josephine looked at the purse on the table. How did you pass the information about the Northwood route? I wrote it on a scrap of paper and left it in the wine cellar grate behind the old sherry cask. The same job Tamsin had used. When did you leave it? Before the stable boy finished saddling. Who did you see in the yard while you were watching? No one. I was the only one awake. That is why I was useful. Josephine turned to look at the group behind her. Crispin's face was unreadable. Isel stood with his hand on his sword. Marvine looked like she had been struck. Sabine had not followed them up the stairs. Eldrick Hales, Crispin said. My father's steward, the man who built half the passages in this house. He looked up at Josephine. He lied to me. The candle on the table guttered and died, and the room went dark except for the faint gray of the rain-soaked window. Chapter 69. The chamber filled as if the house had been holding its breath. Servants lined the walls first. Cooks with flour still dusting their sleeves. Maids who had been pulling linen from the boil. Stable boys who had barely dried from the morning rain. They came because the summons said household witnesses, and in Thornveil that meant everyone who had ever scrubbed a floor or carried a tray or watched a door open when it should have stayed closed. The nobles arrived behind them. Lady Alara Drolt took the front bench with the careful blackness of a woman who had already counted 3 exits and 2 favorable outcomes. 3 visiting retainers from neighboring holdings settled beside her, their faces arranged in the particular neutrality of men who had been summoned to watch a fall and did not want to miss it. Valecourt stood at the head of the chamber with his hands folded. He had not touched a chair. He had not asked for water or wine or the courtesy of a side table. He stood like a man who intended to remain on his feet until he got what he came for, and the chamber understood this without being told. Josephine entered between Crispin and Isel. She had not changed her clothes. There had been no time. Her sleeves were still damp from the rain, her collar still crooked from the scullery stairs, her fingers still carrying the faint chill of Jonas's confession. She looked like what she was, a woman who had spent the night chasing a conspiracy and had not yet caught it. Valecourt watched her cross the room. "Nimre Drennock," he said. She stopped at the center of the chamber. "Josephine Tam," she said. A murmur ran through the servants along the wall. The name she had given when she first arrived, the name she had used as a maid, the name that did not match the one on the register. Valecourt's mouth curved, not quite a smile, but close enough to taste. "2 names," he said. 3 if we count the one your mother gave you before the household adopted you. How many identities does a woman need before she chooses one?" "I chose one 18 years ago," Josephine said. "Your office erased it." Valecourt's head tilted. The chamber went still. "My office," he repeated. "You are suggesting the Crown's succession office knowingly suppressed a legitimate blood claim and installed a child in service to hide the truth." "I am suggesting your predecessor accepted an affidavit yesterday. Because until yesterday we did not know which magistrate would arrive." Valecourt studied him. Then he shifted his gaze past Oren, past Crispin, past the line of servants along the wall, and settled on the woman standing at the edge of the chamber. Marvine had not taken a seat. She stood near the side door, her hands clasped in front of her, her face unreadable. She had arrived with the servants, not the nobles, and she had not spoken a word since entering. "Lady Marvine," Valecourt said, "you have been at Thornveil since the winter board. You have watched this household. You have seen the servants. You have seen the claimant. You have observed the margrave's attention to her." No one breathed. "Tell me, in your observation, did Lady Nimre behave like a woman who was recently restored to her family, or like a woman who had been planning this moment for longer than anyone knows?" The question hung in the air like a blade waiting to drop. Marvine's jaw tightened. She did not answer. Valecourt smiled his thin smile and turned back to the room. "I will take the witness's silence as consideration," he said. "The chamber will reconvene after the midday bell. By then, I expect Lady Marvine to have formed an answer." He gathered his papers. Across the room, Marvine's hands were still clasped. Her knuckles had gone white. True Semendy. The chamber had not emptied during the break. Servants stayed pressed against the walls, unwilling to miss what came next. Nobles shifted on benches. Lady Alara Droldald had not moved from her front row seat, her fixed smile now closer to a blade waiting to fall. Josephine stood where she had stood before the adjournment, Crispin at her right shoulder. I sit at the door, arms crossed, watching every face in the room. Valecourt returned precisely at the bell. He did not sit. He set his papers on the lectern and looked at the assembled room with the calm of a man who had already counted the votes. "I have spent the break considering the petitioner's case," he said. "Her evidence, her witnesses, the timing of her emergence." He paused. "It is a remarkably convenient story. A dead man's letter, discovered hours before my arrival. A nurse who vanishes for 18 years and reappears the day I cross the Thornveil border. A shrine keeper's seal from a chapel so remote the episcopal registry has never recorded it." He turned to face Josephine directly. "I do not doubt that someone in this household wanted you to be the heir. I doubt that you are." The murmur rose. Josephine felt it like a physical weight. "A servant girl appears in the household ledger 18 years ago, with no mother listed and no father. She works the still room, she scrubs linens, she carries trays. She is promoted 3 times, each promotion signed by the same woman who now claims to have raised her." He spread his hands. "And then, when a succession crisis threatens, when the household needs a claimant who can be controlled, when convenient documents can be produced at convenient moments, the servant girl suddenly has a name, a father, a bloodline." He shook his head slowly. "That is not proof. That is a tale told by people who ran out of options." Josephine felt Crispin shift beside her. She put her hand out before he could speak. "You are right," she said. The room went still. "I carried trays," she said. "I scrubbed stone floors until my hands bled. I learned which corridors to use so no noble would have to look at me. I was inventory, countable, replaceable, useful." She met Valecourt's eyes. "That is what your office made of me. That is what the crown's convenience turned a margrave's daughter into." She reached into her coat and pulled out the oilcloth bundle. "Vara Ellen's sworn testimony, sealed by Brenna of the Reeds and countersigned by Brother Oren Pell under his own chapel authority. She describes holding me as an infant. She describes the margrave's acknowledgement. She describes watching Sabine erase my name." She held it up. "And this, the unfinished letter. Thomas Drennock's handwriting, the confession a dead man had written to a son he was too afraid to tell the truth to in person." She read the central passage aloud, her voice steady. "I am writing this because I cannot say it to your face. Nimre is my daughter. I let Sabine bury her name because I thought it would keep her safe, and I have spent 3 years wondering whether I chose that because it was right or because it was easier." The chamber held its breath. Valecourt's expression did not change. "A letter," he said, "written by a dead man. In his own hand, you claim." "I claim nothing," Josephine said. "The ink can be tested, the paper dated, the seal matched against every document in the household archive." "And if the letter is genuine," Valecourt said slowly, "it proves only that the late margrave believed a story. It does not prove the story was true." "He swore an oath," Oren said from the doorway. He stepped forward, holding the affidavit. "Thomas Drennock came to me at midnight. He swore before the chapel's witness stone that Nimre was his natural daughter and blood heir. I signed, I sealed, I kept the record hidden because he asked me to." Oren's voice did not waver. "I have served Thornveil for 30 years. I have never falsified a document. I will swear that on any altar the crown requires." Valecourt studied him. "3 pieces of evidence," he said. "A letter, an affidavit, a nurse's testimony. All of them produced after I announced my arrival." He turned back to Josephine. "You see the problem. Every piece of proof in your favor was discovered in the last week. Not one existed before I was sent here." "Because no one knew they would need it," Josephine said. "The conspirator who shot my messenger from the trees did not leave me time to gather evidence at leisure." The word land, shot, messenger, the servant's murmur sharpened. A messenger, Valecourt said. You claim one of your couriers was attacked. A boy of 17. He died on the northward road carrying a petition to the bishop. Valecourt's eyes narrowed. And you have proof of this attack. I have a horse that returned without its rider. I have a dead groom who did not come home. I have a conspirator who knew exactly where he would ride because someone in this house told them. She let that settle. Valecourt was silent. The chamber waited. Then Marvine stepped forward. She had not spoken since the morning. Her face was pale. Her curls had escaped their pins in the damp air. She looked at Valecourt as if she were choosing her next words with great care. The magistrate asked me whether the petitioner behaved like a woman who had been planning this moment for years. She paused. I have watched her for months. I have seen her in the still room at dawn. I have seen her carry trays. I have seen her stand in a corridor while nobles walked past her like she was furniture. Marvine's jaw tightened. I have also seen her calculate a grain shipment in her head faster than the household steward could add it on paper. I have seen her calm the margrave when no one else dared speak. I have seen her run toward danger instead of away from it. She met Valecourt's eyes. She did not plan this. She survived it. Those are not the same thing. The room exhaled. Valecourt's expression was unreadable. A compelling testimony, he said, from a woman who arrived at Thornveil after the claimant was already in place. He turned to the bench. The chamber will take the evening to consider. We reconvene at dawn. He gathered his papers. Behind him, the chamber doors swung open and a mud-spattered rider stumbled through. Magistrate, the rider said, gasping. Northwood, we found something. Chapter 71. The rider stood in the doorway gasping, his coat black with mud, and his face the color of wet ash. The chamber did not move. Valecourt turned. His hands remained folded on the bench. His expression did not change. I said the chamber would reconvene at dawn, he said. This cannot wait until dawn. Valecourt studied him. Then speak. The rider's throat worked. He looked at the packed benches, the watching witnesses, the servants pressed against the walls. Then he looked at Valecourt. The Northwood Crossing, he said. The petition the crown sent to the chapel. It was never delivered. That is already known, Valecourt said. The messenger was killed. No, that is not what I mean. The rider swallowed. There never was a messenger. The seal was broken before it left Thornveil. The replacement petition they sent from the bishop, someone in the chapel already knew what it would say. They opened it before the seat was cold. The room rippled. Oren stepped forward, his face pale. That is not possible, he said. The seat was sealed with chapel wax. I sealed it myself. The wax was intact, the rider said. The contents were not. Valecourt held up a hand. The chamber fell silent. A broken seal, he said. A compromised petition. And you bring this to me now, in the middle of a succession hearing, without verifying its source? The rider's face tightened. Magistrate, you have interrupted sworn testimony on the basis of an unverified claim. Valecourt's voice was calm. You will wait outside until the chamber concludes. The rider did not move. Valecourt looked at him. Now. The rider left. The doors closed behind him. The chamber held its breath. Josephine felt Crispin's hand at her elbow, steadying her. She did not look at him. She looked at Valecourt. He was waiting. And Marvine stepped forward. She moved past the bench, past the watching nobles, past Lady Ilara Drought's fixed smile. She stopped in the open space before Valecourt and faced him directly. I will answer your question, Marvine said. Valecourt's eyebrows rose slightly. Will you? Josephine Tam did not plan this moment, Marvine said. I have watched her for months. I have seen her in the still room before dawn, reading household ledgers she had no reason to read. I have seen her calm the margrave when no one else dared speak. I have seen her carry trays after being betrayed, after being locked in her room, after someone tried to kill her on a service stair. She paused. She did not plan this. She survived it. And I have never seen anyone survive with so little left to hold on to except her own name. The room was silent. Valecourt's expression did not change. A compelling testimony, he said, but it describes a woman who behaved like a servant, not a claimant. That is not evidence of a blood crime. She behaved like a servant because she was treated like one, Marvine said. She did not know her lineage. She did not know she was the margrave's daughter. She thought she was a maid. And yet she found herself at the center of every important decision this household has faced in the past 6 months. Marvine's jaw tightened. Because everyone in this house kept putting her there. Crispin trusted her. Sabine raised her. The household depended on her. She was not seizing power. She was holding the pieces together while everyone else let them fall. Valecourt studied her. And you believe this is enough to justify disrupting a succession that has been stable for 18 years? I believe, Marvine said, that a house built on a lie is not stable. It is waiting for the next earthquake. The chamber held its breath. Valecourt was silent. Then he smiled. It was a small, thin smile, the smile of a man who had been waiting for a door to close and had just heard it crick. You are right, he said. He reached into his coat and drew out a folded parchment. This hearing has been useful for establishing the depth of feeling in this household, but it is not a trial. It is a preliminary inquiry. He unfolded the parchment. I came to Thornveil with pre-signed authority to assume custody of the estate if I determined that the succession was too contested to be resolved locally. He held up the order. I have made that determination. The room erupted. Nobles shouted, servants cried out. Lady Ilara Jal rose from her seat, her face unreadable. Valecourt did not raise his voice. The Crown will assume custody of Thornveil Hall pending a full succession review at the spring hearings. All current inhabitants will remain in place under Crown supervision. No one will be removed, no one will be arrested. But this house is no longer under Margrave Crispin Drennock's authority. He folded the order. It begins at dawn. He turned and walked toward the doors. Behind him the chamber was chaos. Nobles arguing, servants pressed against the walls. Crispin stood frozen, his hand still at Josephine's elbow. Marvine did not move. She stood in the empty space where she had given her testimony, her face pale, her hands trembling. And somewhere in the chaos, Josephine heard a voice she did not recognize whisper the words that stopped her breath. They knew. Or, Ravestic's implicities despite with Frood, that started slashing her over as you actually faced his relationful since that they suppined. Sephenically Anner as I complete back forward, he can swear the Bedjan despise that Selter of Trelsher required a meeting it. The time beside it Christ's the trum we did, a cameful if we tends to slan with my opaning fives. But I think they still rest for so to anywhere. That is also like I well up in a really ladder of Crispin twited doctor prominence once a saluted to the amendments that I predict. In Cumberley, we are completely shoping across the two. I have even percepted through in my same butter. I am considerable for a Mavazian. Laos was just for the Cretan Spock rights I unfolded the artiday. I am considerable for a Mavazian. Chapter 72. The chamber was still churning, voices overlapping in waves of shock and outrage. Servants pressed against the walls, nobles argued in clusters. Lady Ilar Drosso stood at her bench, her fixed smile gone, her face a mask of calculation. Josephine felt the whisper still burning in her ears. They knew. She did not know who had spoken. She did not know who they were, but the words had landed like a blade between her ribs, and she could not draw breath past them. Crispin's hand tightened at her elbow. Then he moved. He stepped past her, into the open space where Valecourt had stood, and faced the chamber. Quiet. The word was not loud. It carried anyway. The weight of a man who had spent years being obeyed. The room did not fall silent immediately, but the noise receded, a tide pulling back as faces turned toward him. Crispin's jaw was set. His hand, the one that had been at her elbow, hung at his side, marked from where he had gripped the bench. Magistrate Valecourt has made his determination, he said. I will make mine. Valecourt, who had reached the doors, stopped. He did not turn around. Crispin looked at the chamber. Nimre Drennock is my father's daughter. She is my blood, and she will not leave this house under crown custody. He has no standing to challenge the order, someone muttered. I am not challenging the order, Crispin said. I am stating a fact. This house will defend its own. Valecourt turned slowly. Margrave, you no longer have authority over this house. I have the authority of my name, Crispin said. I am stating a fact. This house will defend its own. Valecourt turned slowly. Margrave, you no longer have authority over this house. I have the authority of my name, Crispin said. I am stating a fact. This house will defend its own. Valecourt turned slowly. Margrave, you no longer have authority over this house. I have the authority of my name, Crispin said. I'm stating a fact. This house will defend its own. Valecourt turned slowly. Margrave, you no longer have authority over this house. He took about the sclue joggin pleeks into the open space where Valecourt's clerk sat, a thin man with ink-stained fingers and a ledger open before him. Magistrate, Benwick said, you spoke of a clean public genealogy, a record of succession that has been stable for 18 years. Valecourt's eyes narrowed. I did. Benwick looked at the clerk's ledger. That record is a curated lie, and you accepted it once for political convenience. The chamber went still. Valecourt's face did not change. I do not know what you are implying. Then let me be explicit. Benwick's voice was cold, surgical. 18 years ago, when you approved the erasure of Nimre Drennock from the succession record, you did so knowing the child was alive. You signed the order because it was politically expedient. It prevented a border war with Harrowmire. It kept the crown from intervening in a contested northern seat. It was a compromise. He paused. You did not investigate. You did not question. You accepted the story Sabine ging up because it was convenient. Valecourt's hand tightened on the folded order. That is a serious accusation. It is a documented one. Benwick reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. I have a copy of the original correspondence between your office and the woman with the tower on Bearstone Crest, the one who funded the succession brief, the one who told you exactly what to accept and what to ignore. The chamber erupted again. Valecourt's face went pale. Where did you get that? Benwick did not answer. He held the paper up, letting the room see it. This is the proof that Magistrate Valecourt has been acting not as an impartial examiner, but as a willing instrument of a faction that once Thornveil destabilized. He did not come here to resolve a contested succession. He came here to enact a predetermined outcome. The room was chaos. Valecourt stood frozen, his hands still clutching the folded order. Crispin did not look at him. He looked at Josephine. Come here, he said softly. She stepped forward, past the shouting nobles, past the servants pressed against the walls, past Marvine's pale face and trembling hands. She stopped beside him. He did not touch her. He stood beside her, facing the chamber. This is Nimre Drennock, he said. She is my sister. She is Thornveil, and she will not be taken. The room was silent. Then Valecourt laughed. It was a dry, brittle sound. You think this changes anything? He held up the folded order. This document was signed by the Crown's succession office before I left the capital. It has the seal of the King's Chancellor. It does not require your cooperation. It requires only my determination that the succession is too contested to resolve locally. He looked at Benwick. And that paper you hold? I have never seen it. It is not in my hand. It is not under my seal. It is hearsay dressed as evidence. Benwick's jaw tightened. It is enough to open an investigation. Into what? Valecourt said. Into the actions of a magistrate acting within his authority. The Crown will not investigate itself. He turned to the doors. The Crown assumes custody of Thornveil Hall at dawn. Anyone who resists will be treated as obstructing a lawful order. He walked out. The doors closed behind him. The chamber was silent. Josephine stood beside Crispin, her breath shallow, her hands cold. And somewhere in the silence, she heard it again. The whisper. She did not plan this. The words were different. The voice was the same. She turned, searching the faces in the room. Servants, nobles, household retainers, no one met her eyes. She did not know who had spoken, but she knew, with a certainty that settled at her bones like winter frost, that the conspirator was still in this room, and that they had been waiting for this moment all along. Chapter 73. The silence after Valecourt's exit had a weight of its own, pressing against the walls, filling the space where his voice had been. Josephine stood beside Crispin, her breath shallow, her hands cold. The room was full of faces she had served, faces she had learned to read, faces that now looked at her like she was something foreign that had grown out of familiar stone. Someone shifted at the back. A servant near the side door. A noble by the far window. The whisper did not come again. Benwick stood with the folded correspondence still in his hand, watching the doors Valecourt had closed behind him. His expression was not triumphant. It was the look of a man who had played his last card and was waiting to see if the table would hold. Sabine had not moved from her position against the wall. She stood with her arms crossed, her iron-gray hair coming loose from its coils, her face the color of used tallow. Josephine looked at her. Of everyone in the room, Sabine was the one who had not spoken since Valecourt walked out. She had not defended herself. She had not explained. She had stood through the entire confrontation like a woman watching a fire consume a house she had built with her own hands. Sabine. The name came out before Josephine had decided to speak it. Sabine's eyes lifted. They were dark, expressionless, the same eyes that had watched Josephine from the east tower window, that had ordered her to wait in stairwells, that had once, 18 years ago, looked at a sleeping child and decided to bury her name. The chamber is still here, Josephine said. You can still speak. Sabine's mouth moved, a small, bitter shape. Speak to what purpose? To the record. Crispin's voice was rough, but steady. Valecourt has taken his version of events. If you have another, this is the moment to give it. Sabine looked at him, then at the room, then back at Josephine. I am not asking for absolution, Sabine said. I know I've got a job. But you got asked for it. I said. Sabine's mouth moved, a small, bitter shape. Speak to what purpose? To the record. Crispin's voice was rough, but steady. Valecourt has taken his version of events. If you have another, this is the moment to give it. Sabine looked at him, then at the room, then back at Josephine. I am not asking for absolution, Sabine said. Then do not ask for it. Josephine's voice was quiet. I would. The room shifted. A murmur ran through the servants. A noble near the front turned to look at Marvine, then back at Sabine. Because it worked, Sabine said. The contractor was in the heads, brogue gaving. Because there was nobody that once never of eventedus break up for genuines. But they were not genuine live. Whatever smilingly beginning. Nobody was histing this willed scamber in this wids. I can't not hear it is my prose. He can bad the Floyd, and it started to spont to a priest. He went, and he walked for my hund. And we have little remind of these reasons of our harms to be the traptive superiors to the trange with mistance living on this. Circums behind walk from the debonment. It can find his ideal of hands mesence to the unders, refueling Grenond. A recognized bastard would have given them leverage, a weapon to use against the house, a reason to intervene. Thomas knew it. I knew it. The only question was whether the child would survive long enough to become a problem. Sabine's voice did not break. I was the one who hired her. I knew what she was carrying before she told me. I knew the child would be a Drennock, and I knew what that meant. She looked down at her hands. The succession was not stable. Heir had been pressing claims for years. The crown was watching. A recognized bastard would have given them leverage, a weapon to use against the house, a reason to intervene. Thomas knew it. I knew it. The only question was whether the child would survive long enough to become a problem. Sabine's voice did not break. So when Nimre was born, I made a choice. I told the crown she had died of fever. I told Thomas I would handle the records. I told the midwife to forget she had ever seen a live birth, and I told Mara that her daughter would live, but only if she stayed silent. The room was still. I raised Nimre in the servants' quarters. I taught her the household routines before she could read. I made sure she was useful, invisible, replaceable. I was not unkind to her, but I did not love her. I could not afford to love her, because if I loved her, I might have let her have her name. Sabine's hands were shaking, and I would have buried her within the year. The word buried hung in the air. Josephine felt it settle in her chest, cold and final. I kept her alive, Sabine said. That is the only good thing I can say of myself. I kept her alive, and I made sure she knew nothing of who she was, because knowledge would have been a death sentence, and I was not willing to let her die. She looked at Josephine. Not then, not now. The chamber was silent. Then a voice spoke from the back. But you would have done it again. It was Marvine. She stood near the side door, her face pale, her hands clasped in front of her. You said you would have let her be erased. You said you could not have made a different choice. If given the same circumstances, you would bury her name again. Sabine's jaw tightened. Yes. The word was quiet. I would. The room shifted. A murmur ran through the servants. A noble near the front turned to look at Marvine, then back at Sabine. Because it worked, Sabine said. Because she is standing here, alive, breathing, whole. Because the house is still standing. Because the heir claim could not use her as a weapon. Because the crown did not intervene. Because I made a brutal, unforgivable choice, and it kept her alive for 18 years. She met Josephine's eyes. I will not apologize for keeping you alive. I will not apologize for the cost. I will not pretend I would have chosen differently if I had known you would one day stand in this chamber and call me a liar. Her voice cracked. Because I am a liar. I have always been a liar, and I would lie again to keep you from the ground. The silence that followed was not the silence of shock, it was the silence of recognition. Josephine stood in the center of the room, facing the woman who had erased her, and she felt something shift inside her. Not forgiveness, not understanding, something harder, something that looked like the truth. You are not forgiven, Josephine said. Sabine nodded. I know. But you are heard. Sabine's face did not change, but her hands stopped shaking. The chamber held its breath. And somewhere at the edge of the room, near the door that led to the outer corridor, a shadow moved. Josephine caught it from the corner of her eye. She turned. The corner beyond the chamber door was dark, but she saw it, a figure, standing still, watching, then gone. Chapter 74. The corridor was empty. Josephine stood at the chamber door, her hands still raised from where she had reached for the frame. The stone beyond the threshold held nothing but shadow and the dying light of the sconce at the far end. No footstep, no breath, no shape. But she had seen it. A figure, still, watching. Gone. Josephine. Crispin's voice came from behind her, low and steady. She did not turn. There was someone in the corridor. He was at her side in 3 strides, his hand finding her elbow. Isekai moved through the bubble, gazed to Claribel, blade half drawn, scanning the empty passage with the flat, patient attention of a man who knew how to read silence. "Anyone?" Crispin asked. Isekai shook his head. No sound, no trace. But the dust at the junction is disturbed. Someone stood there long enough to leave a mark. Josephine forced herself to breathe. The chamber behind them was still holding its collective breath, the servants pressed against the walls, the nobles measuring each other's faces. Sabine had not moved from the center of the room. Marvine stood with her hands clasped, watching the door. "We cannot stay here," Josephine said. Crispin's jaw tightened. "The estate is under crown custody at dawn. We have until then to decide what we are going to do." "We are going to test the seals." Brother Oren's voice cut through the murmur from the back of the chamber. He stood near the altar, his robe brushed clean, his hands holding the oilcloth bundle that contained Vale's sworn testimony, Thomas Drennock's unfinished letter. The affidavit witnessed by Oren himself. The sealed petition copy that had been retained after the messenger's death. He examined each seal under the candlelight, pressing his thumb to the wax, holding the parchment to the flame to check the watermark. He read Thomas's letter aloud a second time. He read the affidavit. He compared the signatures on the letter to the signatures on the household ledger that had been brought from the archive. The chamber was silent. When he finished, he looked up at the witnesses. "The seals are authentic. The testimony is consistent. The letter is in Thomas Drennock's hand, confirmed by comparison to 17 years of estate correspondence. The affidavit bears the chapel's consecrated wax and the witness stone's impression. There is no evidence of tampering." He stood. "The Chamber of Thornveil acknowledges that a valid protective claim exists, shielding Nimre Drennock's acknowledged bloodline under the margrave's authority. The Crown's custody order does not supersede a consecrated protective claim unless the order predates the claim's formal recognition." Oren paused. "I require to see the Crown's custody order." The chamber turned. Valecourt had left, but his clerk remained, a thin man in grey wool who had been standing at the side door since the magistrate's departure. He did not move when that attention fell on him. "The order is sealed," the clerk said. "It cannot be examined without the magistrate's presence." "It can be examined by ecclesiastical authority in the presence of 2 witnesses," Oren said. "The chapel holds concurrent jurisdiction over contested succession matters until dawn. You will produce the order, or I will report to the bishop that the Crown obstructed a consecrated review." The clerk's face did not change, but after a long moment he reached into his coat and withdrew a folded parchment. He handed it to Oren. Oren opened it. The seal was intact, the Crown Chancellor's mark pressed into dark wax. Oren held it to the candle, reading the date line, the issuing office, the conditions of enforcement. Then his hand stopped. "This order was signed 23 days ago." The words fell into the silence like a blade. 23 days. The hearing has been open for 2 days. The Crown's succession office signed a custody order for Thornveil nearly a month before Magistrate Valecourt arrived to examine the evidence. The clerk's face went gray. "That is not possible," he said. "It is dated," Oren said, holding the parchment to the candle. "Issued by the Crown Chancellor's office, countersigned by the succession office, authorized by the seal of the Crown. The order predates the hearing, the testimony, the evidence, and any determination of contested succession." He looked at the clerk. Valecourt arrived with a predetermined outcome. The chamber erupted, voiles overlapped, the servants pressing forward, the nobles shouting over each other. Lady Alara Droop rose from her seat, her fixed smile gone, her face unreadable. Josephine stood still. She watched the clerk's hands. They were shaking. The clerk knew. He had always known. The order had been in his coat since the day they arrived, and he had known. Crispin caught her wrist. His grip was tight, his voice low. "This does not change Dawn." She looked at him. "It changes the record," she said. "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence. The seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record," she said. "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record," she said. "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record," she said. "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record." She said, "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record." She said, "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. we keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it. Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record," she said. "It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence. We keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record, which engages the major. It means Valecourt lied about the process. It means the Crown's office was part of the conspiracy from the beginning. It does not stop him from taking custody." "No," she said, "but it gives us something he cannot dismiss." She turned to Oren. "The date is evidence, the seal is evidence, we keep it, and when spring hearings come, we present it." Oren nodded, folding the order carefully, placing it inside his robe. The clerk began to protest. Isdell stepped forward, his hand on his blade. "You will stay silent," he said. "It changes the record." "I need the kikari. I kid to work, miss." "You can make to work." "The IDM." "The IDMJ glowing ranks. We complained the accident radiant aliving little stomach. All of the creakerd on the scribbled dreshes blockems. The fonks tense under the regal breath with the ground. I specifically do clitting at the Britain Cyto X. Much of the cancellors quart the hold of completely to live through in this hasticle. Whatever did is myself from the death." Crippus, she heard her him, a leverous loader freely clarifying the harky. "That means the fours that you continue rift." Hirch's a smile fixes going. "I still be growing a small scalp." "Then you want to go start to share with the two and other mothers." "That is not possible. You cannot swish me up. My birth no my God still be through about stormies, and then I start to see touring, to say the speakin'. I am just so throatably in spies. It even completely clears my confidence to find that. Whatever wanna be about a pattern did I wanna start to find his base? And wondering more that you are. Well, Kay, what you do in the time? It's even under word peace and changes all their or you will stay in the cellar." The clerk fell silent. The chamber was chaos. But at the edge of the crowd, near the door that led to the outer corridor, Josephine saw something that made her blood go cold. The shadow was back. Not standing still this time. Moving toward the stable yard. And in its hand, a lantern. Chapter 75. The clerk's hands were still shaking. Oren held the predated order against his chest, the crown's seal catching candlelight, and the chamber noise built around him like water rising after a dam break. Lady Alara pressed forward through the press of bodies. Benwick stood at the table's edge with his correspondence still in his hand, his expression unreadable. Crispin had not let go of Josephine's wrist. "We hold the order," Oren said. "The seal is intact, the date is legible. No magistrate can enforce a custody decision made before evidence was examined." "Valecourt will argue jurisdiction," Crispin said. "Let him." Oren's voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise. The chapel's authority over succession oaths predates the Crown's succession office by 400 years. The predated order proves bad faith. I will carry this to the bishop myself if necessary. The clerk found his voice. "You cannot?" "I can." Oren turned on him. "And I will. You will remain in the chapel under guard until the bishop determines whether Crown procedure was followed." The clerk's hands were shaking. The travel's authority over succession oaths predates the Crown's succession office by 400 years. The predated order proves bad faith. I will carry this to the bishop myself if necessary. The clerk found his voice. You cannot? I can. Oren turned on him. And I will. You will remain in the chapel under guard until the bishop determines whether crown procedure was followed. The clerk's hands were shaking. The clerk's hands were still shaking. The clerk's mouth opened and closed. Ithil stepped forward and took him by the arm. The clerk did not resist. He went with the guard like a man whose strings had been cut. The chamber door closed behind them. Josephine let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The noise around her resolved into individual voices, servants murmuring, nobles arguing, Marvine saying something sharp to Lady Alara that she could not quite catch. But her eyes kept pulling toward the outer door. The shadow. The lantern. Oren! She stepped past Crispin. The figure in the corridor moving toward the stable yard with a lantern. That was not a servant checking horses at this hour. That was someone leaving. Oren looked up from the order. Leaving Thornveil? Or positioning themselves for what comes next? She turned to Crispin. Valecourt left the chamber. The clerk stayed. But someone else was watching the whole time, waiting until the revelation broke, then moving. Crispin's jaw tautened. Eastyard or west? I could not see. The lantern was low, carried at the hip, not raised. Whoever it was did not want to be seen leaving, only watched the moment when attention was elsewhere. Then they saw the order seized, Benwick said from the table. He had not moved, but his eyes tracked the conversation. They know the Crown's predetermined outcome is now documented evidence. They will report that. To whom? Marvine asked. To whoever was funding the pre-signed order in the first place? The silence that followed was the quiet of a room where everyone was doing the same calculation, and no one wanted to speak the answer first. Oren broke it. The border right petition. Josephine turned. What? Thornveil holds a rare legal privilege under Northern Marcher law, Oren said. A margrave house may invoke a blood-shielding clause during active external predation. It allows an acknowledged blood branch to be placed under ecclesiastical protection pending resolution of the threat, independent of crown custody. Thomas Drennock's letter acknowledges Nimre as his daughter. Crispin's emergency instrument places her under his authority. Together, they satisfy the clause's requirements. Valecourt will argue the predation is not external, Crispin said. He will argue that. Oren's voice was flat. But the predated order proves the Crown was already maneuvering against this house before any evidence was heard. That counts as external predation under the statute. The Crown's own document supports the claim. Josephine looked at the letter in her hands. Thomas Drennock's handwriting, the confession that had cost him years of silence. He knew, she said quietly. He hid the affidavit because he knew it would be needed one day. Oren nodded. He built the legal foundation 18 years ago. He left the instrument in place, waiting for someone to have the courage to use it. Crispin's hand found hers. Then we use it. The chapel bell had not yet struck the midnight hour when Oren convened the second review. Fewer witnesses this time. The ritual required two, and Turin the laundrymaid stepped forward again without being asked. Marvine stood beside her before Oren could call for volunteers. I have not been sworn by the Crown, Marvine said. I can still witness for the house. Oren opened the charter. He read the border right clause aloud. His voice carried through the chapel, steady and deliberate, as if he were laying stone. He read Thomas Drennock's letter a third time. He read Crispin's emergency instrument. He placed them side by side on the altar cloth. The acknowledged blood branch of Nimre Drennock, daughter of Margrave Thomas Drennock, is hereby placed under ecclesiastical protection pending resolution of the threat, independent of crown custody. Thomas Drennock's letter acknowledges Nimre as his daughter. Crispin's emergency instrument places her under his authority. Together, they satisfy the clause's requirements. Valecourt will argue the predation is not external, Crispin said. He will argue that. Oren's voice was flat. But the predated order proves the crown was already maneuvering against this house before any evidence was heard. That counts as external predation under the statute. The crown's own document supports the claim. Josephine looked at the letter in her hands, Thomas Drennock's handwriting, the confession that had cost him years of silence. He knew, she said quietly. He had known about the inhabits. He had not looked up from the altar. The chapel has taken custody of a sealed crown order. Oren did not look up from the altar. The chapel has taken custody of evidence that the crown's succession office predetermined the outcome of this hearing. That evidence will be submitted to the bishop for review. Valecourt stepped into the chapel. The order was signed in anticipation of a contested result, standard procedure. Standard procedure does not date a seizure order 23 days before evidence is examined. Oren finally looked at him. You came to Thornveil knowing what you would do before you saw a single document. I came to Thornveil prepared for the likelihood that this house's records had been tampered with beyond reliable repair. Valecourt's voice did not rise. What I found confirmed that likelihood. The predated order confirms you were not investigating. You were executing. The distinction will be argued in spring. Valecourt stopped at the edge of the altar light. But I will remind the chapel that it holds concurrent jurisdiction only until dawn, and dawn is close. He looked past Oren, past Crispin, past Marvine. He looked at Josephine. The border right petition is clever, he said. It will buy time. But time is not victory. The Crown's succession office will argue that external predation has not been proven, that the predated order was administrative convenience rather than conspiracy, and that the unmarried daughter of an acknowledged but unrecognized mistress does not qualify for blood shielding. He paused. And I will argue that Lady Sabine Quist committed perjury to the crown 18 years ago. That Brother Oren Pell concealed a sworn affidavit for nearly 2 decades, and that Tamsin Jorol destroyed official records of this house's succession. Those are charges that carry consequences. Not for you, Nimre Drennock, for the people who kept your secret. The silence that fell was absolute. Josephine felt the weight of it settle across her chest. Valecourt was not reaching for her. He was reaching for everyone else. Chapter 76. Valecourt's threat still hung in the air like smoke from a spent candle. Josephine stood between Crispin and the altar, her back facing Oren, her side to Sabine. She could feel the weight of everyone's decisions pressing on her ribs. The chapel smelled of old wax and wet wool. Gray dawnlight seeped through the narrow windows, catching the dust that hung suspended in the stillness. Valecourt watched her. His face was pleasant, patient, the face of a man who had bargained before and never lost. You have until the bell, he said. The Crown's custody order is still valid. The border right petition gives you shelter, but only until the bishop reviews it. That takes weeks. In those weeks, Lady Sabine will sit in a holding cell. Brother Oren will lose his standing. Tamsin Jorol will face a standing. Tamsin Jorol will face a tribunal. Or, he spread his hands, you walk away. A donation to the border church, renunciation of all claims, safe passage to the southern coast for you and every witness who has troubled themselves. Tamsin's record sealed, Oren's pension vested, Sabine retires without censor. He made it sound reasonable. Josephine looked at Sabine. The older woman had not moved since Valecourt entered. Her hands hung at her sides, no longer shaking. She looked like a woman who had already been sentenced and was simply waiting to see whether the sentence would be carried out. She looked at Tamsin, standing near the side door with her thick fingers wrapped around the edge of her apron. Tamsin's face was unreadable, but her shoulders were braced. She looked at Oren. He stood behind the altar with his hands resting on the open charter, the border right clause still visible. He did not look at Valecourt. He looked at her, waiting. Crispin's hand found the small of her back, not holding her in place, steadying her. No. The word was quiet. It did not echo. Valecourt's pleasant expression flickered. You do not have the authority to offer that anymore, Josephine said. You voided your jurisdiction when you pre-signed the order 23 days before you set foot in Thornveil. You have nothing to trade except what was never yours. I have charges that will hold. You have charges that depend on your credibility. She stepped forward. And you lost that when a laundrymaid and a noble guest stood in a chapel and proved you came here to execute, not to investigate. The silence stretched. Valecourt's eyes moved to Benwick, who sat on the edge of the third pew with his correspondence still in hand. You think your brother's documents will protect you at the Crown Court? Benwick asked. Benwick did not smile. I think they will protect her, he said. And I think they will bury you. He unfolded a single sheet. This is a copy of your working memorandum from the Succession Office, dated 18 years ago. You recommended burial before the corpse was cold. You wrote, her survival is not in the brief. Advise finding a way to sever the branch quietly without alerting the border lords. Benwick looked up. You did not just execute the conspiracy. You helped write it. Valecourt's face went still. That is a forgery. It is a copy, Benwick said. The original sits in a lockbox with a magistrate. I pay very well to keep his eyes open. If I do not return to Thornveil tonight, that lockbox opens. It opens in the High Crown's morning chamber. Not the Succession Office, the High Crown. The gray cloak riders had gone motionless. Valecourt stared at the paper. His hand dropped to his side. This is not over, he said. Oren finally spoke. His voice carried through the chapel like a stone dropped in still water. It is for now. Take your riders. I will write the High Crown myself. The border right petition will stand until I receive a direct order to the contrary, and if that order comes predated, I will submit a formal complaint of fraud against the Succession Office. Valecourt held his gaze for a long moment, then he turned. His boots struck the stone floor in even steps as he walked the length of the chapel. The gray cloak riders followed. The door groaned open. Gray sky pressed in. He did not look back. The door closed. Silence. Sabine exhaled. Tamsin's fingers loosened on her apron. Josephine felt the pressure in her chest ease, just slightly, just enough to breathe. Crispin's hand slid from her back to her wrist. He held her there, grounded. It will hold until morning, Oren said. After that, we prepare for the appeal. Benwick folded the letter. He will not appeal. He will burn his files and wait. The office will send someone else. Then we have until spring, Crispin said. Josephine nodded. She turned to face the altar, to look at the border right clause still visible on the open charter. The chapel door groaned again. Not the heavy oak of the main door, the side door, near the sacristy. A young man stood there, draught glue on his cloak. Rain and mud plastered his hair to his face. He ran past Essel's drawn blade, past the clerk still held in custody, straight to Marvine. He fell to one knee. His breath tore the silence. My lady. Marvine's face went white. The watchtower at Greywater has fallen. Harrimeyer standards crossed the fort at midnight. The quiet that followed was not peace. It was the moment before the wave broke. Tramty 77. The young man in drop, blue, stayed on his knee. His breath sawed through the chapel silence, each exhale louder than the last. Rain slid from his cloak and pooled on the stone between his boots. Marvine had not moved. Her face was the color of candle wax. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, as if she had reached for something and found nothing to hold. "Say it again," she said. The messenger lifted his head. Mud streaked his jaw. A cut above his eyebrow had bled into his hairline. "Greywater watchtower fell 2 hours before dawn, my lady. The signal fire never lit. We did not know it until a traitor rode through the pass at first light and found the gate broken and the warden's bodies in the yard." "How many?" 20 wardens at Greywater, 2 runners sent to the ford. 1 runner made it to the next post. The other, we assume he did not." Marvine's throat moved. "Heir," she said. Not a question. Their standards crossed the ford at midnight. 3 banners, infantry behind them. The traitor counted at least 200, maybe more, still coming through the pass when he left. The word moved through the chapel like a wind through dry grass. Servants whispered. Nobles turned. Lady Ilara Drock rose from her seat with a grace that belonged to a woman who had spent her whole life learning to move before anyone else. 200 infantry crossing a ford at midnight is not a raid, she said. That is an invasion. Benwick folded his correspondence with deliberate slowness. His face had gone very still. "Greywater is 3 hard rides from Thornveil," he said. "If they left the ford at midnight, they are already past the East Wood. They will be at the outer gates before dark." Crispin's hand tightened on Josephine's wrist. "How long since the traitor rode through the pass?" The messenger turned to him. 6 hours, my lord. Maybe 7. I rode hard. I did not stop." 6 hours. Josephine's mind moved through the numbers automatically, the same reflex that had saved her in 100 actuarial spreads. 200 infantry on a forced march through northern terrain. 6 hours of head start. 3 banners, which meant 3 lines of command, which meant the attack was planned, not opportunistic. This was not a reaction to the succession hearing. This had been waiting. Oren stepped around the altar. His robes brushed the charter still open on the stone. "The border right petition," he said. "The blood shielding clause requires active external predation to hold." He looked at Josephine. "We have it now. That will not matter if the gates do not hold until the bishop's response arrives," Benwick said. "Valecourt is still on the road. The crown custody order is still in effect, regardless of whether it was predated. If Heir takes Thornveil before the ecclesiastical protection is recognized by the crown, the succession office will simply accept the new reality." "They would negotiate with an invader?" Marvine's voice cracked. "They would negotiate with whoever holds the hall." Benwick's tone was flat. "That is how the crown works. Possession is authority." Sabine moved. She had been standing against the wall since Valecourt's departure, arms crossed, face blank, a woman who had survived by learning when to show nothing. But now she stepped forward, and the movement drew every eye in the chapel. "The East Road," she said. Her voice was thin. "The old watchtower at Blackridge. It still has a beacon." Crispin turned to her. "We let that post fall 3 years ago. There is no wood laid." "There is wood." Sabine's jaw tightened. "I kept it stocked, every season, in case." The silence that followed was not respect. It was the sound of people realizing how far ahead she had always been thinking. Iskell spoke from the door. "I can reach Blackridge in 2 hours if I take the cliff path. Light the beacon. Get word to the nearest garrison." "The nearest garrison is 4 hours beyond Blackridge," Crispin said. "Then we buy time." Iskell's hand rested on his short sword. "You need time to bar the gates, arm the household, and decide who stands the wall." Crispin looked at Josephine. She could see him thinking through the same numbers she had already run. 20 wardens dead at Greywater. 200 infantry, maybe more. 6 hours of head start. A hall with ceremonial guards. a handful of trained men, and a chapel full of exhausted witnesses. "We cannot hold against 200, she said quietly. "We do not need to hold." Crispin's voice was rough. "We need to be seen holding." She understood. The succession was not the only fight anymore. The succession had been the prelude. Marvine stepped toward the messenger. Her color was coming back, not as warmth, but as the flush of someone who had decided what to do. "My father keeps a garrison at Drennock, she said. 60 riders. They can reach Thornveil by dawn if I send word now." Lady Ilara's head snapped toward her. "Marvine, you cannot commit drought forces without your father's signature." "I can commit them to defend a border holding under ecclesiastical protection while the Crown's succession office is occupied with its own scandal." Marvine's voice did not waver. "If my father objects, he can explain to the High Crown why he chose not to respond to a lawful call from a house under invasion." Lady Ilara's smile returned, thin, calculating. "You are learning," she said. Marvine did not answer. She looked at Josephine. "I will write the letter," she said, "but I need someone who knows the pass routes to carry it." "Jonas knows the pass routes," Tamsin said quietly. "He grew up on the eastern slope. He could be a drought cross by nightfall if he rides light." The name landed like a stone in water. Jonas. The knight under Butler who had sold their routes to Hales, who had believed he was helping the Crown tidy records, who had not known he was feeding a conspiracy until the messenger was shot from the trees. Josephine looked at Tamsin. The older woman's face was unreadable, but her hands were steady. "He will carry it," Tamsin said. "He owes that much." Crispin nodded once. "Then we have a plan," he said. He turned to the chapel doors, to the open sky beyond. "Iskall, Blackridge, ride now." Iskall was already moving. Then Crispin looked at Josephine again, with an expression she had never seen on his face. Not grief, not fear, but something quieter. The face of a man who had spent his whole life bracing for the worst and finally seeing it arrive. "Come," he said. He held out his hand, and she took it. Chapter 28. The chamber had emptied, but the benches still held the heat. Josephine stood near the long oak table where Valecourt had laid out his evidence, where Sabine had confessed, where Oren had seized the predated order. The wax from his seals had cooled on the wood, pale flakes catching the last of the candles. She could still hear the echoes of voices, accusation, testimony, the scrape of boots as the household filed out into the uncertain night. Behind her, Crispin had not moved from the chapel doors. She turned. He stood with his hand braced against the frame, shoulders set, face turned toward the corridor where Sabine had walked out moments ago, with her head held too straight. The candles guttered in the draft from the open door. "You should sleep," she said. "I should post guards." His voice was rough. "I should count every arrow in the armory, and every hand that knows how to hold one. I should write to the garrison at Thornveil and pray Isel reaches Blackridge before the beacon is spotted from Greywater." All of that. Yes. He did not move. She crossed the flagstone floor, and the sound of her footsteps was the only thing in the room besides the hiss of candle wax. When she reached him, she did not touch him. She stopped close enough to see the shadows beneath his eyes, the thin line of his mouth, the way his hand trembled against the doorframe before he stilled it. "You cannot do all of it in the next hour," she said quietly. "I know." "Then stand here for a moment. The hall will still be there when you walk back into it." He looked at her then, not with the guarded wariness he had worn for months, the expression of a man who had learned to trust by counting the cost of each betrayal. Something else. Something she had seen only once before, in the private darkness of his study, when he had taken her hand and let her see the exhaustion he carried like a second skeleton. "I sent Isel to Blackridge," he said. "I gave Marvine leave to write to Draw Cross. I told Tamsin to bar the lower gates and move the servants to the inner court. I have done everything I can do before dawn." "Then you have done enough." He let out a breath that was not quite steady. She reached up and touched his face. Her palm settled against his jaw, and he closed his eyes for a long heartbeat, leaning into the pressure. The scar through his eyebrow caught the candlelight. She traced the line of it with her thumb, featherlight. "I did not know," he said, "that I could feel this tired and still be awake." "It is the letting go." "What is?" "The moment after the crisis breaks." She dropped her hand, but he caught it before she could pull away, holding her fingers against his chest. She felt the beat of his heart through the fabric of his coat. Steady, slower than hers. "You have been holding everything together for so long that your body does not know how to stop." "It will not stop." He opened his eyes. "Not until I know she is safe." The word landed between them like a stone dropped in still water. She, not Thornveil, not the succession, not the contract or the border or the thousand things a margrave was supposed to protect. Her. Josephine did not let herself look away. "I am standing here. I am not running. I am not planning to disappear." "I know." "Then what are you afraid of?" He was quiet for a long moment. The candles flickered. In the corridor beyond, someone called a name and was answered, footsteps moving away. "That you will become what this house makes of people it cares about," he said finally. "That I will put you in a position where you have to survive, and surviving will cost you the thing I saw in you when you first walked into my study with a tea tray and an answer I had not asked for." "What thing?" "The part of you that does not know how to stop trying." She felt the words hit somewhere lower in her chest, in the space where she had been holding her breath since the moment she woke in Nimre's body. The part of her that had counted ledgers and mapped routes and refused to become furniture because if she stopped moving, she might have to feel what she was running from. "I do not know how to stop trying either," she said. "I think that is the only thing I have ever been good at." His hand tightened around her, and they both turned toward the door as a figure appeared in the frame. It was one of the stable hands, a boy of 16 with a face gray as ash and a lantern swinging in his grip. He was breathing hard, his coat dark with sweat, his boots spattered with back road. "Margrave." The boy bent double, hands on his knees, gasping. "Margrave, I rode from the east watch post. There is a column on the northern road." Crispin released Josephine and stepped forward. "How far?" 2 hours, maybe less. They are moving fast. No banners but torches, at least 50 riders. 50 riders. Not the full Harrimeyer force that had crossed Greywater, but a strike column. Advance scouts. The kind of movement that meant the invasion was not waiting for dawn. Crispin's face went still in a way she had learned to recognize, the mask he wore when the situation was worse than he could afford to show. "Bar the inner gate," he said. "Bring every able hand to the courtyard, arm them with anything that cuts, and wake Brother Oren, tell him the petition is no longer a formality." The boy nodded and ran. The chamber was suddenly cold, the candles guttering in the draught from the open door. Josephine looked at Crispin. 2 hours, she said. "Yes. We do not have Isel. We do not have Marvine's riders. We have whatever is in Thornveil's walls right now." "Yes." He reached for her hand again. This time she took it before he could find it, threading her fingers through his. "Then we hold," she said. He looked at her, and for just a moment the mask cracked, and she saw the exhaustion underneath, the fear, the weight of every decision he had made and every death he could not prevent. "We hold," he agreed. And somewhere beyond the walls, the torches were moving through the northern dark. Chapter 79. The column did not attack. Josephine stood on the inner wall for 2 hours, Crispin beside her, as the torches slowed on the northern road, then stopped, then turned east along the ridge track that led toward the old logging camps. Not a retreat, a repositioning. The riders knew the ground. Dawn found them still watching the ridge, arms aching, breath steaming in the cold. The torches were gone. The column had vanished into the tree line. "They are waiting," Crispin said. "For something." "Or someone," Josephine answered. He did not disagree. The next 3 days passed in a language she had not learned to speak. The household did not break, but it bent into new shapes. Crispin held councils in the great hall with Benwick, Oren, and the remaining guards. Marvine's riders arrived from Drolt Cross at midday on the second day, 60 strong, led by a captain with gray in his beard who looked at Josephine once, then looked away. Lady Sabine moved through the corridors like a woman who had forgotten how to rest, issuing orders in a voice that allowed no argument. And Josephine walked between them all, belonging to none of them. The servants no longer ignored her. That was the first change. When she entered the still room on the first morning, 3 maids who had been laughing fell silent and found urgent business on the other side of the room. Not hostility, uncertainty. They did not know how to address her, whether to curtsy or nod or pretend she was still one of them. Greta, the red-handed maid who had once delivered the household ledger to Crispin, caught her eye in the corridor and dropped a curtsy so deep it looked painful. Josephine caught her arm before she could straighten. "Do not do that." Greta's face went pale. "My lady, I did not mean... I am not your lady." Josephine heard how sharp her voice sounded, softened it. "I am still the woman who sorted chamomile beside you 3 weeks ago. That has not changed." Greta's eyes were wet. She nodded once, twice, and fled down the corridor before Josephine could say anything else. Tamsin found her in the still room an hour later, standing over a bundle of dried lavender with her hands pressed flat against the table. "You cannot fix it," Tamsin said. "The space between what you were and what you are. You can only live through it." Josephine did not turn. "I did not ask for this. No one ever does." Tamsin set something on the table beside the lavender, metal against wood. "But you are in it now." Josephine looked down. A ring of keys, 5 of them, brass and iron, threaded on a worn leather cord. The administrative keys, the ones Tamsin had carried for 18 years. "I cannot take those." "They are not mine to give." Tamsin's voice was flat, practical. "They belong to whoever holds authority over the household stores, the wine cellar, the grain accounts, and the sealed correspondence chest. That was me, because I was the longest-serving housekeeper and Sabine trusted me. But Sabine does not make that decision anymore, and neither do I." "Who does?" "You." Tamsin met her eyes. "The household needs someone who knows where everything is and is willing to be seen holding the keys. That is you now, not because of blood, because you are the one the margrave trusts, and the one who has been counting our stores since before anyone knew your name." Josephine stared at the keys. They were warm from Tamsin's hand. "I was a maid 12 days ago. 12 days ago, I was feeding information to a dead drop and believing I was protecting someone." Tamsin's mouth tightened. 12 days is enough to become something else. Take the keys." She took them. The leather cord was rough against her palm, the brass key warm where Tamsin's fingers had held it. She looped it over her belt, and the weight settled against her hip like something that had always belonged there. Tamsin nodded once and left. The courier arrived on the 3rd day. Josephine was in the account room, comparing the grain ledger against the actual stores, when she heard the commotion in the courtyard. Hooves on stone, voices raised, a horse blowing hard. She reached the great hall just as Crispin was reading the sealed message, his face unreadable. Benwick stood at his shoulder, Marvine beside the hearth with her arms crossed, Sabine motionless near the windows. Crispin looked up when Josephine entered. The parchment trembled in his hand. "The court has set a date," he said. "Spring hearings. First day of the thaw." "For what?" Josephine asked. "For the succession." He lowered the parchment. "And for the murder inquiry. They are combining them. One hearing, one verdict." The room was very quiet. "They want me to answer for Tomas's death," he said, "and for the erasure, and for the Haramar invasion, all of it in one room before one judge." Benwick let out a low breath. "They are consolidating the charges. Valecourt's office wrote this, not the court." "Then we do not go." Marvine stepped forward. "We claim military threat. We refuse the summons. We wait until—" "We cannot refuse." Crispin's voice was flat. "The summons carries crown seal. Refusal is admission of guilt." Josephine watched the parchment in his hand, watched the tremor in his fingers. "When does the thaw begin?" she asked. No one answered. "When?" 6 weeks, Sabine said. "Maybe 7 if the winter holds." 6 weeks. 42 days to prepare for a hearing that would decide everything, before a judge whose office had already predated its orders. Josephine looked at Crispin. His face was pale, but his eyes were steady, fixed on hers. She understood then what the keys meant. Not authority, responsibility. She was no longer a maid who could slip away when the crisis passed. She was in it now, and the doors were closing behind her. Chapter 80. The keys were heavier than they looked. Josephine woke before dawn, before the servant's bell, before the first light touched the windows. She lay in the narrow bed, Nimre's bed, the one she had slept in since the night she drowned and woke as someone else, and listened to the house breathe. Thornveil at rest was not silent. It creaked and settled, water running through stone channels, wood shifting against wood. Footsteps crossed the floor above, slow and deliberate. Tamsin starting her rounds, or Greta, still afraid of Josephine's new name, taking the long way around the corridor to avoid passing her door. She pressed her palm against the keys on the belt beside the cot. Cold brass, warm leather, the weight of 18 years of someone else's authority transferred to her hip. She had not asked for this. She had never asked for anything except to be left alone with enough safety to breathe. But the story had stopped asking her permission the night she wrote 3 lines of ink into an oath ledger and handed them to Crispin. Now she was Nimre Drennock on paper and Josephine underneath, and the space between those names was the only place she could stand. She dressed in the gray gown, not servant cloth, not noble silk, something in between, the same thing she had worn for days now, waiting for a seamstress to measure her for clothes that fitted a woman without a fixed place. She looped the keys through her belt and walked out. The corridor was empty. The servants' stair was empty. The great hall was empty. The fire banked in embers. The chairs from last night's council still pushed back from the table where Crispin had spread maps and Marvine had argued about the crown summons. Josephine stood at the table and looked at the maps. Thornveil's borders marked in faded ink. The logging camps where the enemy column had settled, waiting. The Greywater Ford where 20 wardens had died before the tower fell. She had been a maid 12 days ago. 12 days. She had known the route triggers, the event windows, the thresholds where the game would tip toward one outcome or another. She had calculated probabilities and moved pieces. She had believed that knowing the story meant she could control it. The maps did not care about route knowledge. The enemy column did not care which ending she had planned for. She traced the logging camp with Thornveil, waiting. They were still waiting, and she did not know what they were waiting for. Behind her, a door opened. She turned. Crispin stood in the archway, still in yesterday's coat, shadows deep beneath his eyes. He had not slept either. The candle in his hand had burned down to a stub, wax pooled on the saucer. "You are up," he said. "So are you. Someone has to watch the dark." He crossed to the table, set the candle down, and stood beside her, looking at the same maps. "The column has not moved. Benwick sent a rider at midnight to track their supply line. They are getting resupplied from the east, from the ridge track." "Whose supply line?" "We do not know yet." He rubbed his face with both hands. "The rider will report by midday." 6 weeks, maybe 7 if the winter held. 42 days to prepare for a hearing that would decide everything, while an armed column sat on the ridge track and the spring hearing sat on the calendar like a stone waiting to fall. But his hand was warm around hers, and she was not alone. She was not alone. The rider crested the hill at noon. Josephine was in the account room, updating the grain stores, when she heard the shout from the courtyard. She set down the pen, wiped her hands on her skirt, and reached the great hall just as Crispin was reading the dispatch. His face was unreadable. "What is it?" she asked. He handed her the parchment. The seal was unfamiliar, a crest she did not recognize, a tower with something she could not quite make out, perhaps a star, perhaps a bird. "A letter from the border garrison at Thornveil," he said. "The bishop has ruled on the border right petition." The room went still. Marvine stepped forward. Sabine appeared in the side arch. Benwick set down his cup. "And?" Josephine said. Crispin looked at her. His eyes were strange, caught between hope and something darker. "He has upheld it," he said. "Nimre Drennock is recognized as a protected blood heir under ecclesiastical law. The crown cannot touch her until the spring hearing." A breath, a release. Sabine let out something that might have been a laugh, might have been a sob. Marvine grabbed Josephine's arm. "Then it is done," Marvine said. "You are safe, at least until spring." Josephine looked at the letter again. The seal was unfamiliar. The crest she did not recognize. Why was this delivered by a rider from Thornveil instead of the chapel courier? She asked. Crispin's face changed. "Because the bishop's messenger was intercepted on the Northwood Road," he said. "This rider was sent from the garrison after the messenger failed to arrive." The room went cold. "Who intercepted him?" Benwick asked. Crispin did not answer. Josephine looked past him, through the great hall windows, at the ridge track where the enemy column was waiting. She understood then that the spring hearing was not the real date. The real date was whenever the column stopped waiting and decided to move. The keys on her belt pressed against her hip. The weight of them was a question she did not know how to answer. But she was still standing, and Crispin's hand was still warm where he had held it, and she had stopped being scenery days ago. She looked at the rider, still standing in the courtyard, and saw something else. A second horse, a second rider, cresting the hill behind the first, coming fast, colors she did not recognize. She did not know what they carried, but she knew, with the certainty of someone who had spent 12 days learning that the story she remembered was only a shadow of the real one, that it would change everything.